Good morning. Welcome everybody to KohaCon22, day 4, our last day together. We're going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation. It's a recorded presentation, or it was going to be a recorded presentation, and we've had some difficulty back and forth with our presenter in getting our files. So what I have is a PowerPoint without any narration. We're just going to go ahead and run through the slides to make sure that she has her credit of presenting it at KohaCon. So what we have is implementation and use of Koha. No, that's not the one. What we have is how Koha is the best ILS, from Sunita Parikh. She is at Government Girls PG College. No, sorry, very tired. She is from Purnima University. So yes, that was a typo in the program. So ignore that Government Girls College. She is from Purnima University. Okay, that was Sunita Parik's presentation. Her PowerPoint, I just wanted to make sure that her slides got there, even though we had some technical difficulties in getting her recorded presentation. And that was, she is from Purnima University. And then we had a award for the first in-person registration to come to KohaCon22, and that is Phyllis Goodile. You get a mug. And I think later today, we're gonna do a door prize for this banner because we don't want to take it home with us. So we're hoping to schlep it off on somebody else. So. Next presentation is at 9, so you've got a little bit of time to get your coffee and snacks and network.
Thanks. Okay, I've got one last final poem, which is about interlibrary loans. A few years ago, our hospital was infected with malware, and all 9 hospitals had to go offline for a while until they could straighten them out. And they say, don't open files from strangers. Anyone here do interlibrary loans? We open files from strangers. And from what I hear, even a PDF can have a virus hidden in it somewhere if you're clever enough. I haven't read or rehearsed this one in a while, haven't read it. I may have to pause more than usual. But this is called Interlibrary Loan Angst. To borrow or not to borrow, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the library to risk the viruses and malware of outrageous hackers, or to shut our doors against a sea of knowledge in the name of safety in it, to read, to share no more, and to be safe, to say we end the ordering of articles, the fast delivery our residents are heir to, is a halting devoutly to be avoided. To email, to Odyssey, to borrow, to perchance to infect. Aye, there's the rub. For in that PDF, what virus may come when we've opened up the article must give us pause. There's the worry that makes calamity of so long a tradition. For who would accept the PDF of a stranger? Would it risk the HIPAA's rules, the sysadmin security, the patient records, the wrath of CMS? Who would these dockline requests bear to grunt and sweat over a weary scanner? But that the dread of something from a PDF, the undiscovered malware from whose born no PC returns, infects our records. It makes us rather bear those ILL delivery systems of old, the fax, the mail, or fly to others that we know not of. Though Dockline does make lenders of us all, the native hue of generosity is sicklied o'er the justifiable cast of fear and risks to systems of great pitch and moment. With this regard, our trust might turn away and lose for us the service of ILL. Soft you now, the fair Ariel, nymph in all thy odysseys, be thou all your risks remembered. Slow.
Okay, our next presentation is going to be Train the Trainer, Keeping Your Staff Up to Date with Koha by Jesse Zero and Kelly McElligott from Bywater Solutions.
Hi, it's us again. I promise this is our last. Yes. And in honor of talking about Train the Trainer, we are wearing our Monday Minutes shirts, which really kicked off this entire Train the Trainer process. So again, we've introduced ourselves 100 times. So we work at Bywater Solutions. We both started out as educators, and we started doing Monday Minutes as a way to share quick, short, ingestible videos that would teach people how to do something in Koha. We looked at our YouTube statistics to see how long people were actually watching the videos, and it was anywhere from about 2 to 5 minutes was kind of like our sweet spot. After 5 minutes, people would fall off. So our goal with Monday Minutes was to essentially create these digestible videos and make it really easy for people to learn something special in Koha. And we just realized we hit 3 years. Yeah. And they go out all over the country, all over the world, really. I mean, we send them not only to our partners, but to the Koha community in general. So we made it a mission to make sure that we essentially share that knowledge with all Koha users.
Well, and Jesse, and I don't think Brendan's here, but that's really what Brendan believes in this company, Bywater, is to share the knowledge and the education. So it's giving everybody the opportunity to learn this, whether they're a partner of ours, it's all accessible online, and to, continue to educate and keep people knowledgeable about this software. Can I take this off? Because it's awkward. Because we like to party. Learning outcomes. So today, part of our job in the beginning and still to this day is creating content and making education out there. So we want to talk to you all because as librarians, you have new staff, or you're migrating to Koha, or there's upgrades. So how are we going to get some best practices for engaging those learners? I mean, and we're going to talk about that, so I'm not going to even jump into that yet. We're also going to learn activities to encourage discussion. So also important to think about is how to get your staff engaged and thought-provoking and workflow, and how are we going to make this an easy process? Like Koha gives you many ways to do the same thing. And that's really how to engage that discussion with your staff to say, it's okay if you go up here and I go over here, we're going to get to the same place. And finally, how to plan for sessions to meet learner goals and objectives. It's really important to know that each individual staff member learn differently. Whether those tutorial videos are the best digestible content, or is it step-by-step, or is it doing it themselves, or is it something in their hand that they can hold versus looking at it on the computer? All those things we should think about, and making sure that we meet those goals and objectives of our staff and make them feel as most comfortable as we can. So first, got to develop a plan, whether this plan is you're migrating to Koha, or you're like, you know what, every time we have an upgrade, staff are kind of on edge. So let's figure out what's the best plan to get them all ready to go on that upgrade. So, we think about these larger libraries that you have. I came from a very small library, so it's kind of different for me, but I know for the larger libraries out there, or even 20 people, you need to realize that maybe it's better to start kind of a train the trainer, get somebody involved, get a few folks involved in your staff to pass on that word. Because why? Consistency. We want to make sure we're getting the same thing to the people, not hearing it from Jesse one way and hearing it from Kelly another. That's going to cause confusion and frustration overall. So consistency in the message and the education part. Getting acceptance of your library staff. So making it so your library staff all know what to expect. Okay, I'm going to get the release notes, or I'm going to get an overview, or I'm going to get, this is specific to my area. What should I get and what I'm going to see? So that acceptance. Communication, just that transparency. We all know Koha gets upgraded twice a year, but do our staff. So making sure that gets communicated, this is great, this is how we evolve, this is how Koha is going to get better. So communicating and getting people prepared. And then again, talking about that tailored learning, making sure that we're really getting all the ways we can communicate and teach our staff the best way possible. If we know that somebody prefers it in one format, let's make sure that that happens and tailor that learning to them. If they need 15 minutes to go watch 10 YouTube videos and that works better for them, that's absolutely something you should think about, because that's how they're going to feel the best that they can feel about their workflow.
Yeah. Actually, Nick gave us some really good feedback when he came to Bywater Solutions. Traditionally, we would have a blog post with a video on it, and Nicole created this robust collection of videos, but they did not include step-by-step instructions. And I remember Nick saying, like, I like to read step-by-step instructions. He's like, the video is great, but I want to also see those step-by-step instructions. And so moving forward, that was our goal, was to include different types of mediums, whether you're, an auditory or a visual, or, you want to see those step-by-step. So like, we take all of that into consideration to make sure that we're meeting all of those different needs. So who should be the trainer? Someone that you can rely on, someone that is well respected, someone that gets along with staff, someone that staff feels really comfortable talking to so they can give feedback. How many times have you been in a presentation or in a meeting, you ask a question and everyone just kind of sits there and looks at you, and they're thinking something, you can see it processing in their mind, but they're not asking. You want to make sure that you have somebody that's comfortable, that they feel comfortable asking questions to. Good communication skills. As Kelly mentioned in the last slide, you want somebody to be able to express the correct message, be transparent, and make sure you're getting that level of communication across. And then, of course, being flexible and open, being able to process and work with those individuals at various times, maybe have morning sessions, afternoon sessions, or making on-demand videos or materials available for your staff.
So, overall, we know that probably if you have a staff of, your library staff, one of the things that, are going to come up is upgrades. And that's where I always think that this is where, this is a great opportunity to think about what you can do and how you can build that curriculum in working with your staff. So defining the purpose, whether it's a migration, an upgrade, or new staff moving into new roles, that could be a different curriculum, but that purpose is to further the education of your staff. Training outcomes, maybe a timeline or the expectations of what you're looking for your staff to see. Give them that time period or a nice goal, or that expectation of what to have done at what point. So setting those training outcomes, because we all want to be ready for a migration. We all want to be ready for an upgrade and have everyone feel really good and really solid about coming into that day ready to excel. Design what they'll learn. I've been to many libraries training, and it's amazing what librarians will bring to be prepared. I saw somebody print the manual, brought it in a binder, and they were like, and they had something labeled on the front of it, you know, one of those like Dymo labels that you print out. And it said, oh shoot, it said like something, it was a Todd saying about a fire hydrant. Do you know that saying? Where it's like the fire hydrant's gonna like, you can't drink from a fire hydrant, like something like that. So you can't learn it all, but just try to get little digestible pieces of that. And she had that like on the binder to understand like, this is a lot. Look at this binder, but I'm going to be fine. I'm going to take it in little bits and to see people grow like that is amazing. And they went in super happy. And we should go back to training outcomes or back to who's the trainer. Somebody who is positive as well, like just that positivity, because, you know, we drive from each other's feelings. So if you have a negative Nancy out there, that person is never going to give that same positive feeling as somebody like maybe Jesse, who's going to bring that excitement and like, this is great. And then create training materials. I know we all have so much time in the day to do this, but it's really great to have the opportunity to have like, this is what we are looking for. You know, how do we get some material that we can repurpose time after time and just update as we go? We had an offline circ binder. So how often do we run the offline circ? Not very often, but that binder was there. So we were like ready to go, or having circ policies at the desk somewhere, because then they know they can refer back to something in writing that they know. So that could be as simple as something that training materials to give them the opportunity to have a backup and they don't have to remember everything. Woo, bring the excitement. 9 o'clock. They knew who to book for at 9 o'clock, right? So, you know, as well as being positive, like just having that person that's interactive. I don't know anybody like that in this room. Do you, Jesse? No, it's pretty sad. I think that everybody has that person on their staff or knows who those folks are that are the interactive, that are ready to help anybody, to be fun, to make it fun, to be positive and to engage. We've all seen those staff members that are just kind of, you know, not really like, I'm so excited to come to work today. So you need somebody that's going to be fun and engage that person to say it's going to be a great day, because that thing we wanted to happen in Koha is happening today. Today is the upgrade and we're going to have so much fun, or learn about it before you get there. And then it's going to be super fun. Still talking?
One time somebody called us an ILS counselor. You know, being able to come and talk to us and, you know, share their feelings, talk about what's going on. This is a big step. Change management is very hard. And I think a lot of times we try to channel that positivity and that excitement to our users so we can keep that momentum going. And that's always been our approach, you know, to keep that excitement going. All right, so now we're going to share some tools that we use to make training exciting for users. So the first thing we'll talk about is documentation. So in our presentation yesterday, we showed off a couple different things. The community manual, which is available online. It's also embedded right in the staff interface. So it makes it really easy for users to get out there. Tutorial videos, there are fantastic tutorial videos. We saw in the first day's presentation, all of those that are available for RAFLMS, thank you. Great videos out there. Various vendors, PTFS Europe, Carolyn, Inlibro, Interleaf, everybody has information that they can share out there that's available, so you don't have to recreate the wheel. Take a look at those videos, share them with your users. Also the Koha Wiki. Christopher, Jason, everyone has talked about sharing like jQuery on there and CSS. This is a great place for you to go and start, look at that information, SQL reports, and to bring that information in. So don't recreate the wheel, check those places first. And if you are not signed up for the Koha community newsletter, make sure that you're on that list as well, because once a month, a link will come out. And I know it's available on social media, it comes through email. That has a list of all of the tutorial videos that are shared with the Koha community. So you can see any new publications that have come out from all different types of vendors that are using the Koha system.
We didn't talk about the Koha upgrades. So, when you know that that's come out, that's documented, we send out, and I know I saw PTFS Europe had some upgrade tutorial videos on YouTube to get, people up to date and get excited. I get excited about things coming, and I don't get to play with them all day long like y'all do. But just having that documentation to say, oh, 2205 has been released, these are great things, or just focus on circulation or focus on the cataloging. And looking at what's coming is also well documented and something you can really embrace.
And koha-US has fantastic tutorial videos every other Thursday. And then if you go to the website, there's also a learn section where you can see a lot of fantastic information, including some cheat sheets. I'm not sure what terminology do we use to call those sheets. Reference sheets.
Okay.
Where you can download those and just have them available for staff.
And we haven't created this resource page for all this, but we will link all this out. We talk about this one. There are also products that you can use if you're looking for, and I've seen some great ones. I think Round Rock has something. It was Round Rock we're going to show. Utilizing different products, because everyone's workflow is different, and being able to document that for your own library. Tango is a brand new piece of software that we've just recently found out about. Has anyone heard of Tango? Yep. Okay, perfect. And that's really cool to be able to do that with screenshots and then text involved as well. And it's a kind of nice workflow product. So if you haven't looked at that, go ahead and look at that. That's really cool. Canva, I'm sure everyone's heard of Canva. Yeah. That's another way to make something really pretty. I want to say I went to a library. We have a consortium of academic libraries in Massachusetts, and they're a consortium called Helm. And I went to their training, and they had so many posters like in the bathroom, the staff bathrooms, about like they were moving to Koha, and just these really positive signs and just this kind of motivation of like Koha and learning. And it was really great to see that staff was getting excited, or there was somebody on staff to say, let's get excited, and they used the Canva. Screencastify, anyone use that? Oh, yes. Okay. That is also, I think all these are free. That is also free, or at least they have a free piece of software. Screencastify allows you to, for free, do a 5-minute video. They have nice little pointers, so it like accentuates what you're pointing at, and you can send that to somebody through Google Drive or a link, and that makes it really nice. So that's another way to do it. And then Niche Academy, who's it? Oh, Niche Academy. I don't know it. Do you know if that one's free? Is it? Okay, perfect. So that's another way to break down the steps and create videos and steps to help your staff go through the process. So it might be something your library, your town has through the community resources or something. Oh. Okay. 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 Oh, that's wonderful. Some folks in the room are saying that through their state, they get Niche Academy for the libraries for free. So something you could always look up as well. I think we have a lot of resources that we might not know about, right? So, and then I talked to somebody else, they use Guide on the Side, which I don't know if it's free or not, but that's nice that like it pops out and there's step-by-steps as well. Does anyone, I should ask if any, oh, good job, Jesse, we're right on. Yeah. Anyone else use any other products that we might have forgotten about that you use? Perfect. Somebody in the room is using Camtasia. We also use Camtasia. We have very few subscriptions. You have to be a select few because it is kind of expensive and the upgrades don't come. Yeah, Michael. TechSmith Capture. Is that free or do you pay for that? It's free. Perfect. Oh, Web Junction. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I think I've seen that. Good. That's awesome. Oh, so now we have some examples of how you can use these tools, create tutorial videos. So think about it, Screencastify, Camtasia, even doing YouTube, you can like just use the Camtasia and then put it up, or use Screencastify and put it up into YouTube to create those tutorial videos. TechSmith, those step-by-step instructions. I still imagine those binders at my circ desk that just had that process already written out, or a process we don't do very often, claims returned or lost, getting into the weeds of circulation, like, oh, what am I supposed to do when I come across this thing? Those step-by-step instructions are great to have. Offline circ is another good example. Create a workflow PDF. I feel like the loss process in Koha was very convoluted back in the 1605, 1705 versions. It's gotten a little bit better, but those workflow PDFs are live send to be able to say, this is the workflow, and you can have it on the desk or somewhere that you can refer back to it. So just a nice workflow document that you can print out, make pretty.
Creating serials from scratch, remembering which dates that you have to have exact in order for your prediction patterns to start. I've seen some good ones for that. Okay, internal documentation. There's our offline circulation workflow. We are going to show one that Round Rock shared with us many years ago when they were first going live with Koha that they've created. I think it was called a Red Book. It was called a Red Book, and it had different policies. It had, you know, guidelines that they could use. And I just remember sharing that with other people as they started to go live, you know, on their system. And it was truly helpful for them to have, you know, think about those first couple weeks when you're transitioning to a new system. How many just little questions of things you don't do every day, you know, adding a guarantee or, you know, to a guarantor, or setting up duplicating a patron, you know, just like easy steps that they can refer to in the system. This is Round Rock's. This is just a screenshot, an example from Round Rock. Yeah. So this one was processing a new purchase suggestion. So, you know, they could see a breakdown for staff. There was a screenshot of what it looks like, how they can get there. And then of course, the red highlighting so they can see where they're managing this information, who's making and approving the suggestions, and then of course those steps. So this, you know, is just something great that you can set up and use for your users. This next one is Avalon Free Public Library, and they are using Tango, or is this Niche Academy? Niche Academy. This was an example that they were using to show people how to navigate the catalog, make a request, access reading history, and things like that. So just being able to have this on the website so they can see that information easily for them. This was a dream that we had from koha-US when they created their Learn section. I believe this was Jason. I'm looking at you, Jason. They set up a beautiful way for people to easily come in and find information. And when we were kind of redesigning our Koha tutorials and layout, we took a lot of the ideas that koha-US created, because we didn't want to recreate the wheel, and built a layout. So it would be easy for users to come here and find self-paced learning tutorials, the OPAC and the staff interface, your new director, being able to easily come in and find, you know, reports or tools that you would need. And then of course, a whole section on explore Koha. So specific locations where they can go in, they can search, and they can find that information easily. So I talked about this in my plugin presentation forever ago. Was that just Tuesday? Doesn't it feel like forever ago?
I believe in continuous learning. And I think that, you know, anybody that has changed jobs or has been promoted or started working in a new area or just migrates to Koha should really know that we all want to continue to learn. We all want to be better people, better selves, better at our job. So that continuous learning is really important. And if you're not doing that, please do some self-care on yourself for you're being here. So that's continuous learning. You're really doing that. But remember, check in with yourself every 3 to 6 months. Am I doing something that is going to make me a better person? Or can I do something to make my staff better at their job? So making sure we're always learning. I think we still learn doing Monday Minutes every week. Keep your content fresh. So maybe you need to just update some things in your internal documentation or on your website. Your CERC policies are really old, and that's what your staff is going back to look at. And you're like, oh my gosh, we probably should update that. Making sure your staff is aware of updates to Koha and how it's going to improve their world, how they're going to better themselves with these new features that are coming in Koha. And then staff promotion, making sure that that learning is getting to your staff and promoting your staff when they are really driven to learn maybe SQL or something and highlighting that area in their worlds. And I think I put a little quote here. Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. So that's really important. Benjamin Franklin, smart man. And I'm a doer. Like if I learn something, I want to do it hands-on. So again, we'll go back to those test sites, having that access and letting your staff know you can just play around in here. If you're interested in going potentially to tech services, if you're in CERC, why don't you give it a shot or see what's involved and play around with it and watch those self-paced learning tutorial videos. Broken. Okay. I think everybody knows who we are, Jesse, but those are our emails. Know where to find us. What did we miss anything? Questions? Oh, come on. Oh. Open Shot Editor, which is a what? Free and open source software. Screencast-O-Matic. Oh, the camera app on Windows 11 to create videos as well. That's great. Thanks. We'll put all these down. I also think that this could be a community effort. If you do have something like Rhonda, that you want to say, this is really helpful to my staff, you can always share it with others through the listserv and say, hey, I have this, or I'm looking for this. Does anyone already have this created? That's a great way to start to say, this is really important. Somebody Andrew that used to work with us at Bywater, who's now back to a public library, he had all the admin codes, so authorized values, like printed up because he didn't have access to the admin when he was in whatever job he did at his library, but he had the code so he could run the reports. So giving people tools like that where you don't have permission to get to that place, but I have the access point to be able to get that and not have to ask somebody every time, can I get the authorized values for collection codes to run a report? Oh, yeah.
I don't remember exactly, but I think we created a wiki page a while ago for education resources.
We did? Oh, we did. Yeah, sure. I think we did. Yeah. We do have a really good documentation team at Koha Community, and we're doing great things. We just forget we do them. That's how great we are. If anyone's not been to the Koha Wiki, I think it's wiki.koha-community.org. Training resources.
You mentioned
Jason, the first. Open shut. Okay, so Fred said it has some early challenges in learning the process, but then it gets better. Oh, perfect. Yeah. You can also get a login to edit the wiki. I think you can request if you ever want to. This also, if anyone uses the Koha report wiki, you can add reports to the Koha wiki with a login. There is a blog post on Bywater's website to say how to add a report to a wiki, because that's really fantastic. Of course, we have them on a databases. If you're not using that or you're not sharing with that, you can do that as well. But I know people are like, I'm a creature of habit and I'll go to the Koha report wiki before I do Mana most days. You have a question, Ray? Glad I'm wearing my sneakers today.
Definitely. So we're new to Koha, and I'm just curious, how often are people training their trainers? Because we're still in the newish phase, but I'm curious for y'all who've been with Koha for a while, how often do you either drag people through training or strongly encourage it?
Michael. Oh,
Honestly, it depends. I mean, we're just one single library, but it depends on what's in the upgrade. So like, depending on if there's wide ranging circulation stuff that's new, I might have a training for everybody that works at the circulation desk, which is pretty much all of our staff. But if it's just individual like acquisitions or tech services, we sort of talk to the people who are in those areas and say, you know, do you need more support than other than what you're seeing provided by Bywater? And we just kind of feel it out as we go. We don't have a huge staff. So.
I'm part of the Central Kansas Library System Consortium, and we've got, every time we have an upgrade, we have 53 libraries that all upgrade together. And so that's a lot of training to do. And what I usually do is I go through all the upgrade notes and just take note of things that there is actually going to affect them. We have a lot of one-person libraries, so they don't have time to sit down and watch a long webinar or a long tutorial. And then I'll just create a print tutorial that lists here are the things you need to know. And if you have any more problems, just contact me, because there's a lot of things that they don't really need to know. And it's it's helpful to not overwhelm them with that.
Just to add a slightly different perspective, in my company, we provide support to libraries around Ireland and Europe, and I'm often the one going in to train. And we have all kinds of different libraries. So we have school libraries, we have medical libraries. But one thing we started doing this about 2 years ago. We kind of every year at the end of the year, we go through how much training the different libraries have left. So if they've purchased training from us, we go through how much they have left. And then we tend to send out an email just to update them, just so you're aware you have X amount of hours left of official training. And I'm just saying that because I've been shocked at the amount of libraries that don't realize they actually are entitled to more training from us. So if you're in a position of a support company, it's an idea just to remind people. But if you're a library, I do think it's worthwhile contacting your support provider and just to say, I just want to confirm, do we have anything left? Do we not? Because it's amazing how frequent it is that people just don't take a note of the fact they have stuff left on the docket, just to add that.
Thanks. Anybody else? That was a good question, Ray. Any other question? Oh.
I was inspired by Kelly and Jesse to create my own series of videos called 5-Minute Fridays. And I started that last year, and we have a lot of librarians where accessibility is a big concern. And so one of the things I learned was before recording a video is to increase the cursor size a lot so that it's easier to see what you're doing. And it's also really important to have a a headset mic or something so that the sound is always consistent and it's always clear and loud.
We have to see these.
I decided to have some fun with it too. And our youth services department has tons and tons of fun hats. And so I always show up at the very end of the video wearing a different hat. And it's kind of people's reward for sitting through the whole video.
Oh, that's awesome. I know we're horrible with our sounds. We always forget to put our headsets on. We'll learn. Getting my today. Getting almost there.
One problem I have encountered in doing videos, actually two problems. First of all, if I use my headset mic, I keep hearing. So I got a foam cover. But the other thing is, and I noticed this when I was listening to something I was doing here earlier this week, is when I take a breath, it sounds like I'm about to die. Do you have any suggestions how someone with asthma, I tried using a nebulizer, but how can you, do you have a wheeze filter?
We add closed captioning, which comes in YouTube. We turn that on when we upload them. So you could always add your closed captioning. So see what YouTube decides. Koha is spelled always wrong. Every time we use closed caption, I have to go and fix every Koha.
This is not going to be of great help to you, Fred, but we have a noise reduction feature in Camtasia that I use for everything, because I also do a lot of the spits and the pops with my lips. And so that just calms it down. You might want to check with the open source thing and see if there's just a noise reduction filter that you can use.
Oh, that's good. I'm going to look at our Camtasia. You have a question?
No, I was just going to say that we use, I can't remember what the software is, and I think it was paid for, but I do a lot of sort of sound editing on the videos before I put them out. So take off the little pops and the wheezes, because they're actually quite distinct in the sound feed. I don't know the right word. You know, the thing that's got lots of uppy downy things. And you can really see the wheezes and the ums. You know, I take out a lot of ums and ahs and you knows. So I do a lot of that. Audacity, is that what it was?
Audacity.
And as far as editing videos, I use Shotcut, which is a free video editing software.
Thanks. This is awesome. So excited. Oh, Andrew.
I was just going to also say that obviously this event is great for sharing ideas, but we and other support companies and geographic user groups will do this. So we have an annual customer day, and we always use that for giving signposting the new features that are coming out and signposting our videos and our tutorials. So we kind of have a roundup at that event to make sure everyone's aware of what's either coming up or come up, and then what resources are available for people to check in on and use. So I'm sure kind of koha-US might do that, and other support companies who organize annual events might do that, but it's a good idea to do a sort of annual roundup.
A really quick hardware hack. If you're having problems with plosives, which are those sort of explosions of sound, foam will help, but the best thing is to keep them away from the mic at all. And you can get what's called a pop filter for around $10 US, and they'll help a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a round screen you put in front of the microphone. Pop filter. Perfect. Anybody else? I've learned something today, Jesse. Have you? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And safe travels, everybody, as you
All right, folks, we've got about 20 minutes to kill, so feel free to grab more snacks. Again, take as much as you want, fill your pockets, suitcases, whatever. But we'll be starting our next session at 10 o'clock with build cool, insightful visualizations with your Koha data. Okay, let's go ahead and find your way back to your seats. We're going to start off our next presentation here. This table up front's a little rowdy here. Oh my goodness, that look. Okay. So our next presenter is Raymond Bryson, and he is from Montgomery County Public Libraries, and he is presenting Build Cool and Insightful Visualizations with your Koha data. And I will get you set up here.
Hey, everybody. I'm Ray Bryson from Montgomery County Public Libraries. Hi, people. First, just a shout out. This is my first KohaCon, and it's been a wonderful experience. So props to all the people organizing and doing all the work to make this happen. I appreciate it. Special props to whoever is keeping the schema stuff up to date. Love it. Thank you. Love it. So I found out this morning that apparently my room was next to a haunted room over at the Eldridge. So I was like, oh, local history. So I was like, oh, the air conditioner all last night, it's super loud. But that was not the case. It was a haunted. Okay, so let me go into this, and actually let me set a timer because I'm kind of bad with the timing. All right. So yeah, we're going to talk about data and visualizations. Most of the stuff I'm talking about is going to be tool set agnostic, so you can use your choice of tools. Though I'll also talk a little bit about data outside Koha, but primarily the dashboards and things include and rely on Koha stuff. Obviously, this is KohaCon. All right, let me come in here. Okay, so if you're like me, you like to look ahead. So you can use the cheat code. I'm not going to tell you which one it is to get the presentation and go ahead. I think there's about 60-ish slides. Encourage you to cheat. You have my permission to go ahead. So some of the goals, I want you to leave here with ideas and inspiration to do a few things. And not all of these will be applicable to everybody, but I think there'll at least be some stuff here useful to everybody. We're going to talk about maybe identify some Koha data elements. Is that up on the screen? Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay, then I'll definitely read it. So the colors are a little off, but it says, or it's supposed to say, learn what Koha data elements might be useful in a branched and/or system-wide dashboard. So that'd be interesting. And we'll go a little more there. The next slide that you might be able to see, it's provide some ideas and tips on how you can visualize your Koha data or other data. Using these, you can better understand how your customers interact with your library. I got some good stuff in there for you about that. And then also, talk about understanding how a visual analytics tool or platform can help staff and leadership use data to inform decision-making. I know this is an increasingly important thing. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then, ideas and tips on capturing data preparation, and in my opinion, the thing you can get the most bang for your buck, communicating with library staff using data. If you can do this, the impact is going to be a lot greater. That said, everybody I talk to, everywhere I go, this is like a really, really, really hard thing to do successfully. All right, so introduction. Yes, this one you can see, it's supposed to be like bright pink and white. So just so you know, I try to do accessibility right. I may have failed a little bit here. Okay, so I'm Raymond Bryson. I come from a web search analytics background, like front-end development type stuff. And now I find myself doing all things data, and I really, really, really enjoy it. It's fun and great. But really, the reason I'm doing this is because I kind of consider the big picture, and I'm curious about the customer journey, right? So before they get to the cataloger website, while they're there, after, like what's involved, how can we make it better for the customer? How can we get the cool library stuff that we have, get it to them so they can use it, and then like shout their praises and come back more and more. That's kind of my end game there. And I've worked in academic, federal, and public libraries. I know there's a law library back there. I've worked in law libraries. You know, I worked at NIH. I personally, I like public libraries the best, but all libraries are great. And let's go to the next slide. This is, can you see it? Yes, this sums up my opinion. There's supposed to be little hearts all over the place, which they're kind of washed out. So if it's not obvious, I heart libraries. Okay, so for Montgomery County, Maryland, this is where I work. There's about 1.1 million residents. We have enrolled in our public school system about 166,000 K-12 students. There are more, you know, a couple thousand, 10,000 more in private schools, and I think the total like under 18 crowd is about 210,000. So that early literacy stuff we try to focus on too. So we have a lot of people we can reach. An interesting thing is 40% of our homes, there is another language besides English that is spoken at home. So, you know, this gives you a hint about like how diverse our area is and some things we're working with. 59% of our population, age 25 or over, has a bachelor's degree or higher. And we are just outside Washington, DC, and hopefully, yes, okay, so this is washed out, but we are right outside DC. So DC is essentially right there, which you can't see on this screen. And then in the yellow up here, this is our county when you zoom in, and all those little pink or purplish dots, I guess, those are our actual libraries. So this is just for context, because I think context is important, especially if you're going to tell stories with your data. So we have 21 libraries. We're open 7 days a week as of late February, early March. Total items in our collection coming in about 1.9 million, and holdings about 1.4, and we have 350 staff members. And one key thing to note about our staff members as I go on is we have arranged so that everybody has access to our visual analytics tool, which we use Tableau. They all have a view license. So this is part of building a culture of data and increasing data literacy. All right, so can you see this? Okay, this one shows up. The most important slide, obviously. So we left something that I'm not going to mention and came over to Koha, and we have our Aspen layer on top of that. And we came over 10/4/2021, and as far as I can tell, it's been the best decision we've made in a long time. Okay, so I think there's context. So our library customers, because I know, you know, we're a bigger library. Just we have, as of the last fiscal year, we have about 511,000 registered borrowers, and we have about 184,000 active users. And, you know, for total circ, it's about 5.2 million, about 2.2 million overdrive and Hoopla checkouts. And then if you throw in everything like in-house use, all other electronic resource use, it comes in about 11.6 million. So this is what we're working with as we go forward. Age distribution, this is a cautionary tale also, in making sure your data comes in okay. Here's the curve here. Got a, you know, almost, it's interesting. I like this chart, by the way, because you can see when people decide to go off to college or leave home, there's that dip, and then it climbs back up when everybody comes back and has kids and wants to go to story time. That big spike, cautionary tale, when we switched over to a system, before you didn't need date of birth, and then somebody decided to give everybody the same date of birth. So we do not have an outsized number of 47-year-olds crap in, crap out. So if you can do the whole, you know, validation or limit like what can go in what fields, you know, you do not need to, let me put it to you this way. There are people who are over 1,000 years old. They've lived a long time. They love their libraries. That's also very, very wrong. That should not be allowed. Okay. And then here is It comes out okay, but this is a density map. So you just plot all our registered borrowers on here and you can see the hot spots. It's think of it as similar to a weather map. The closer to the city, the denser, the more users there are. And then our corridor out of the city, it's kind of a line you see there. This is where we have a lot of users. Okay, so what we're building is basically, to sum it up, if you just want to like tune out for 5 minutes, I can tell you right now, build more interactive, less static. We want to move away from Excel sheets. We want to move away from PDF documents. We want to move away from static charts, things like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I still use all these things. It's just we find that when people can interact and play with the thing, you guys strike me as a bunch of people who like to experiment and play with things. So this would be right up your alley. We find that people are engaged more with using data to inform their decisions or find holes or places for improvement. So more interactive, less static. Okay, let me see if it washed out. Okay, yeah, it's kind of hard to see. If you go online, if you have a computer, mcpl.link/pres, the colors might be a little better here. So this is an example of a system dashboard and overview. So all our staff have access to this. We also do one, we have a system-wide one that aggregates at the system level, and we have a branch version of this where people click and choose their branch, because everybody can get I'm not saying it's a competition, but branches can be competitive and they want their branch to be the best, do the best, and they want you to know. So branch dashboard, everything you see on here, again, to promote like a culture of data, everything here is clickable. You can hover over it, you'll see things. Really important for people is, it's kind of hard to see up here, but any of the dates you see up there, like in the top left, the checkouts and renewals, you're seeing the weekly, you're seeing this across the weeks, but staff can, hover over, click plus or minus, and they could say, I want to see it like monthly. Maybe they're a leader and they're like, I just need to see it quarterly or fiscal year wise. You can do that. Anybody can do that across everything on here. So for Koha, it's the checkouts and renewals, the self-checkout percentage, and unique active users. And we'll go into that a little more later. Check time. Okay. And then we pull in other things too. So programming, phone calls. When the library was closed because Koha, we did what we called holds to go, which is basically like curbside delivery. So we had a sheet, like one of the black buttons up there would be holds to go. It would be there so people could see, because again, libraries wanted they wanted to know how they were doing, but they also wanted everybody else to know how they were doing in comparison to each other. So a little friendly competition. So I'm just going to click through these, try to save some time for questions. If you click any, see, can you see that? Yeah. So if you were to click any of these black buttons, it would take you there. Here's our checkout page. This is just Koha. Standard stuff, also very popular amongst staff, the checkouts. Example why this is kind of cool, the date slider, which is on wherever we can put it or wherever I can put it, I put it there because staff like to, for example, do a thing like, oh, we did this new display, or we moved our checkout, self-checkouts in this location. We did it during this time frame. So then they would, move the slider to whatever time frame they're looking at, before or after, and then they would try to see, okay, did that have an impact? Did we see a change? Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's no, sometimes it's more complicated than that, and we'll talk about that. So that's just checkouts. We have foot traffic. Here, people love to compare again across branches. This is why there's a table there. I'm not a fan of the table, but I like compromising if it gets things done. There's the day of the week is an issue. For people who are questioning sort of like, well, should we be open this day of the week or that day of the week? The day of the week kind of breakdowns are very, 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 very useful, and they can encourage discussion or back up certain points or decisions. So just throwing that out there. Here we have the active users, and we'll go into more detail about this later. It's one of my favorites. And here we're plotting, standard area charts, bar graphs, got the slider. We can filter by card type, that sort of thing. But we have this zip code distribution, and it's plotted. This darker area here makes sense if you know the area. but it's useful, and we'll go into more detail about that. And here's just programming. This is our second most popular thing. Here we have a heat map, the times of programs. This is a very, 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 very common question. It's like, what time is the best time to do a thing? And so you can look at the historical information and see, or if you're trying to manage multiple story times across all 21 branches or regional areas, you might actually want to look and see where, are all branches hosting story time at 10 o'clock at the same time across the entire county? Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe you want to, host them at different hours, different locations. Lots of filtering here. And finally, the newest addition is our phone logs. This is all mostly automated. The ingestion, collection, everything here is automated. So I'd like to get everything automated, or as much as automation as possible, after verifying that it's valid and good to go. So you can, like, if you were to glance at this, you'd see this huge spike and you'd be like, what happened in January? Like, that would be my first question. Well, it turns out we decided to give out COVID kits, and the libraries were basically rushed. I mean, calls, foot traffic, checkouts too, to some extent. So we have a lot of data to back that up. And just to note, these are high level, so you should be able to glance quickly, not be like, burdened with trying to figure things out. You should be able to glance and understand, right? But for all of these things, I have much more complex and deeper, I call them projects, you call them workbooks, worksheets, that allow our staff to really, really dig down in deep and get some insights. But for most people, that's too much. So my really strong recommendation is, if possible, keep it as simple as you can, at least when you first throw this in front of people's eyeballs. Otherwise, you're going to scare them off. All right, so I had mentioned that one of the things that I think is really important, I mean, we just had a session about train the trainers, right? And like communicating and throwing things out there. So communicating and sharing data is super, super important. And we've been like slowly trying to improve this and work on it. And no matter what tool set you use, I think some of these tips might be applicable to y'all. And we found that this has been helpful and it works for us. So again, can't read this, but what it does say is encourage a culture of data and data literacy. So this is kind of the end game here. All right, you can see my favorite game. So Civilization 6 is my favorite game. Anybody out there play that? Anybody? Yes, my people. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how many hours I've played this. So everything I'm building, we're building it to last, not like forever, not like the Great Pyramids, right? But in the sense that staff can interact and play with it and not worry about breaking a thing. So every single time I have a discussion, a training, or like a presentation or a one-on-one, whatever it is, I make it very clear and upfront, you cannot break anything. So please explore and experiment. And for the people who are more geeky and that's like kind of like breaking things, I taunt them. I'm like, go ahead, try to break it. Bring your A game. Just come on, let's do it. And every now and then somebody breaks something, which is great. Well, for me, it's great. So for most people, just reiterate that, you can't break it. And at a bare minimum, show your staff how to reset the view, whether it's like refresh, the browser, or if there's a button to go back to the original view. Make sure you show that to them. To keep with our gaming stuff here, this is my favorite photo I ever took. Encourage questions. This has multiple benefits to the data team, to the culture, to the organization. But by encouraging questions and feedback and ideas for improvement, you're essentially starting a conversation, right? And kind of sharing information. Really important, like you need to do this across all staff levels, like from the director or the board or whatever it is, all the way down to the person who this is their first job ever. Like everybody has valid opinions, and some people have like great ideas that just pop up. And I try to be as transparent and as inclusive as possible across all levels. And really what this does is people will ask questions, and in my experience, there's a good chance that you've already answered the question. You have the stuff. They just don't necessarily know that it's there. or how to get there. So once you show them where and how to, to get to it, they become self-sufficient. And then it's sort of like this interesting like feedback loop where like they get it and then they tell other people about it. And then it just more and more people get sucked up into it. And there's ultimately less work for you, but the impact of your data and your insights grow across the organization. I have a little thing about proactive and reactive, but that's just saying like, if you have a strategic plan or initiative and you know that this is on the agenda in the near future, go ahead and start building a thing to address this and make sure your data set can, or you have one, or you need to expand it or alter it, make sure your data set can address these particular questions. I try not to be reactive, but when the director needs a thing in a day, I'm gonna react. Okay, so share often and widely. Every organization, all y'all will have different ways of getting out information to your staff. We use news posts, which are kind of like blog posts. And an example here that it's kind of washed out on the screen up there, but if you're following along, we shared a couple things, like unique active users mapped by zip code pre-COVID versus COVID is like by far the most popular thing. So staff eat that up. They take these images and then they go off to other, ALA or other conferences and use it. And it's beneficial to them, it's beneficial to us, and everybody has a better understanding. So news post, great. I really like that idea. It works for us. We have a Teams channel. You guys might have Slack or some other tool. So this is sort of like a real-time communication. It's focused on data and it's totally open to all staff. Again, that whole idea of being as transparent, as inclusive as possible, strongly encourage it. You might find that somebody will pop in and answer the question before you even get around to it because people get it and they understand it. Or you may have to redirect the conversation ever so politely in a direction that is beneficial. Either way, people are talking about the data and using it. A big one is you grow. There are tools that will help you do this, but honestly, like at our stage and in many stages for many people, a simple like web page would work. So we define and document our data. So we have active users. We've been doing this for a while, and we kind of give a definition so there's no confusion. So we know that staff aren't, they say, oh, we have X active users, and they don't go off and say, yeah, for the last 3 years. No, that's not how it works. We do it yearly. But we have a definition there for them to reference. I put in the data sources, the granularity, like how often we pull the data, and a refresh target, which is essentially how often they can be sure that the data is updated and refreshed. And this is important if you don't directly connect to a database, or if you can't, or if you have multiple data sets outside of Koha, you're going to need to, people are going to need to know when things are like up to date. Okay. Oh, there was a little, let me see if I can go back. Okay. Well, I'll go back. There's basically, we make sure there's a question mark on all the dashboards, and that question mark, people can click that and it will take them to the data documentation page, right? So people, it's like a help button and it takes them directly to the performance measure. This is useful. It's like kind of stops a lot of random emails or conversations before they become a thing. And again, it's transparent and everybody can get to it. So let me check the time. Okay, so really, I'm big on this like data literacy, data culture thing. You could have the best, well curated. You could have all your data could be perfect, like no 1,000-year-old zombies. Good luck if you have that. You could have the perfect data sets, and you could have the perfect visualizations. But if your people don't know how to like use them or why they should use them, it's just a waste of time and resources. So this is kind of what this is supposed to, the story I'm trying to tell here. All right. So unique active users, and there's that bright pink again. So just as a reminder, here is just from the system dashboard. And this is a thing you could build with a real simple report pulled from Koha. And again, our definition here, an active user is basically somebody who's done something with their library card in the last year. I know other places have like a 3-year range or 2-year, or they may actually not include all the category codes or like library card types that we include, but this is our specific definition and it has been used since, well, I think it's the next slide. Yes, it's been used since 8/27/2019. This is one of the things that we've been able to successfully bridge from the ILS that I will not name to Koha. The data has lined up and it has worked. So what's happening here is we run a report, we capture this information daily, and our current data set is about 16.5 million rows. That may be a lot or a little depending on where you're coming from, but it seems like a lot. But when you plot it, it's not as much as you think, because, for example, somebody could come every day for a whole year, you know, and times 500,000, you suddenly have a lot of rows of data. Okay. So here's this, I'm calling it the one simple Koha report. I mean, it's really coming from the borrower's table. Point out here that we use Aspen, so we can use last seen to do things. But really the most important thing is the last seen, the borrow number, and the zip code. And what's interesting about this is we can't really connect to a database here because we need to grab the last seen every day, because that gets updated every day. So we have to essentially take a snapshot every day. So I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure there are other things where you would want to do something similar, where you have to take a snapshot every day so that you can track it over time. And I'll go, I have some other stuff, some other slides that talks about this too. But really run it daily. And then we just count distinct, you know, look for the unique borrow numbers for any given time period. And that gives us like our total unique active users within that time frame. So if you look at a week, if you have a borrower who does something on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they've been 5 times in the week, that counts as one visit. If you have a borrower who only comes once during that same time frame, that's a unique visit. So you just kind of total those up. And then once you have that, you can start doing things. So here is just a super simple, like we're plotting it by zip code on a map, right? Depending on your tool, you may or may not be able to do this. It may look slightly different, but really the zip code is kind of like the highest level of, I would call it like geographic granularity that you might want to focus on. And, you know, this is cool and all, right? But what's really important is if you you're able to tell a story, right? So, and put this information in context. So let me see if this shows up here. Okay, so what you're looking at here is that same, you know, we're mapping unique active users by zip code, but we're doing kind of like a snap. We're looking at it for different like date ranges. So on the top left, it's pre-COVID. The green stuff is where, you know, we have a lot of active users. Again, for us, this makes sense. But then COVID hit and we entered the medieval period. It was nothing but horrible things. You can immediately see, it's kind of hard to see here, but you can immediately see there's no green because there's supposed to be green there. But again, there's no green. It was like radio silence, nothing was happening. Then we enter what in the bottom left quadrant, we enter what I'm calling the Enlightenment. And this is where we figured out how to do curbside delivery or holds to go. And now you can start to see our active users pop back up. This was interesting for us to see who was the first to really engage with holds to go and curbside delivery. It was not, well, I won't go into it, but yes, this is where it's useful to have on a map to see where people engage in relationship to like the story, the context. Like the people who engage first are not the people we thought would necessarily engage first. And then the bottom right quadrant is just looking at up to that point, the COVID period. So you could do this too. You may have a different story. Maybe it's you know, before fines, then early stages of fine free, middle stages, and then, you know, late stages. You can frame it however you want. This has been highly effective in telling a story and getting you know, leadership and, you know, the county council, people like that, to understand what's going on. So another thing you might want to do is blocked users, for example. Are your blocked users? Is it congregate? Are your block users in a place where you know low income and poverty is an issue? Well, you know, maybe you want to do something about it. And then you can show using some sequence like this, the impact of your changes. So just something to consider here. All right. Okay, so let me check here. All right. Well, you can see it's supposed to be blue and red. So maybe zip code is, you know, not as granular as you want to go. So we have these things called equity focus areas, and these are census tracts. We've identified 56 of them. A bunch of geeks got together and used like demographic data and plotted and say, hey, look, these are places within our county where lower income people of color who, you know, may not necessarily speak English very well, right? These are areas we want to target with outreach and efforts. So maybe you want to plot your active user or other information on top of this kind of thing, which is a good idea. So the next one, we're just showing like our libraries on top of it. And I promise this is all related. We're plotting our libraries on top of it. So just alone, you can see which libraries may or may not, you know, want to work on this or focus on these kind of issues. Like the one in the top right, it's, you know, up county. It's not in near any equity focus area. So you might not want to like have a specific, your resources dedicated to equity focus area issues at that particular library. But let's say let me see if this shows up. Okay, yeah, let's say you want to look at, pull your active user and link, you know, the day people registered for a library card, right? You want to kind of look at it that way. So the bottom map is showing for a 10-day period, kind of like where people are. It's a heat map. The red, orange, that's the more people. The green is less. So this is interesting. But then if you say, okay, well, let me link like date registered and then compare it to last seen. So for like a 10-day period here in the top right, you're seeing a bunch of blue and green dots. And this is, by the way, all overlaid on the equity focus area. You can't see that because I blew up the dots just because I don't want people to like, you know our points here, kind of maintain some privacy. I would never look at it like that. I would make it smaller. But for sharing widely, this is what we're going with. So the blue dots represent people who registered for a library card within that 10-day range, but have yet to actually come back and do a thing with their library card, right? And the green dot means that they have done something in 2022. And we have it set up that you can pick and choose, you know, you can change when they got their library card. If you look at the whole scope of thing, all 511,000, we see some weird stuff, like people who haven't used a library since like 2012 somehow, but they're still in our system, which makes no sense whatsoever. Opportunities for data cleanup, yay. Okay, so this is all cool. This may be useful to tell a story, but there's more. Right? So here we have our date registered, you know, our last seen, but what if we looked at it by card type? So on the left, it's kind of hard to see. On the left, those are digital cards. On the right, those are regular library cards. So you can see just by looking at the percentages there that, you know, 80% of the people who register for a digital card within that 10-day frame have yet to come back and do a thing in our library. Wonder what's going on there, right? But compared to regular cards, you know, it's closer to half and half. So this to me is more reasonable. But again, it still begs the question, like, what's going on? The thing on the right is just the absolute numbers. So our digital cards, a little more than double our regular cards for this time period. Excuse me. Again, everything here, you all could technically easily do too. But again, if you put it in context and you tell a story, this is kind of like, well, what's going on, right? But I happen to know something. I happen to know that within this time frame, the county was basically, they have a program called Computer for You. And this program is where we're handing out 50,000 computers to low-income people, people of poverty, people who basically don't have computers at home, which, as you all know, like, this whole digital divide, this like, you need the technology in order to access all the library's cool resources. And, you know, some of these digital resources are not the best on a phone. So, you know, again, computers can be highly useful for that and other reasons. So what's interesting here is that in order to get a free computer, you have to actually register for a library card if you don't have one. So if you see that huge spike of green, right? Those are people who are either registering a couple days before or the day of basically the release of the computers. And they do them in kind of like bundles. So you have to have a card in order to get it. So this begs a question like, well, you got a card, you got a computer, but we haven't seen you. 80% of you disappeared. What's going on? So there's room for improvement, communication, maybe you have a different onboarding process. There's a lot of opportunities to explore there. And theoretically, if we kind of look further out and we change our process, we would be able to show, oh, well, when we initially launched, this is what was happening. But then we changed the process and we worked more closely with somebody. And now we can see that like maybe 60% of people are now coming back to the library and doing things. So it's an example of a useful thing here. All right. Another interesting thing is, does this show up? Yes. Okay. So this is just basically looking at last seen data. And I wanted to know, well, back up a second. Because you have millions of rows of data, so you're taking daily snapshots, you will know when somebody comes and then the next time they come. So in your tool, you can simply create a calculated field and say, okay, look, what's the difference between the time they were first seen and the time they were seen the second time? Or maybe you care about the first time and the 10th time. You can choose these sorts of things. It's up to you, right? But then you kind of map it this way and you can see, for us, we were looking at months to repeat visit, how long it takes a person to come back for a repeat visit, to come in through Aspen and kind of interact with our content. It doesn't tell us the specifics, but again, we just really want to know, were they coming back to us to do a thing? We can change this to look quarterly. Yearly wouldn't make sense because we're still kind of newbies there. Quarterly, we've got a little, but monthly seems to be the sweet spot. This is highly useful. I would, the lighter blue, if you look over here, it looks better, the lighter blue stuff here. If you look at the lighter blue, I would say like, okay, well, look, if they haven't been back by month 3, then we need to get our marketing and outreach team. They need to step up the game and like reach out and do a thing, because we're just going to let these people lapse and they probably won't come back for who knows how long. Okay, so let me check time. All right. So collecting data, questions to ask. These are things that I kind of generally ask about everything, but I'll just apply to the active user stuff. One, does it address a problem or need? There's like an infinite amount of data out there. Unfortunately, there's only like one of me or maybe like a handful of people doing this. So in order to prioritize, it's good to know, like, does the data set, or will this actually, solve a problem? Yes, in our case, because we had no idea who was, we had registered borrowers, but we didn't know like who was actually coming to do a thing in the library. Even at this high level, we had no clue. And now we know, or we have a much better idea. When to collect, this comes down to like, I guess the specifics of like the data models, but really for us, the active user, it had to be daily because the stuff can get overwritten daily. So we want to grab it daily. I don't think we need daily for a lot of things. We can collect, well, I'll stop there. And again, another big one was like how much effort to expend. Is it a manual or automated process? I can tell you right now, we have a cron job set up. It sends this report to an email, and then something sucks up all that stuff and basically adds it to like our data repository. And then that gets all like unioned and linked together to build the data set. I can guarantee you this report runs at like, right after midnight for the previous day. I can guarantee you that I would not get up at midnight to collect active user information. I'm not that dedicated. I love libraries, but I'm not getting up at midnight. So the automation here is crucial. or at least that component of automation is crucial. On the flip side, if we ran this, if I had to manually run this report in the morning when I come into work, we would lose significant data, because it turns out, surprise, surprise, there's a lot of like night owls and people who interact with the library between the hours of midnight and like 8, 9 a.m. It's actually kind of surprisingly significant, or maybe not, I don't know. So, the other thing is when you want to refresh your visualizations and reports, this largely depends on when you ask staff, like what's useful to you. And here's that communication thing. You got to be like, what's good for y'all? We can make it happen. And then, of course, I have this at the end. Do you plan on linking this to other internal or external data sets? I would like encourage y'all to like consider like a couple steps ahead. As everybody becomes more data proficient and data literacy expands, like people will start to ask questions like, well, can you link our checkouts to the number of students enrolled in farm programs in our county? I'm like, yes, that's possible, kinda, but it's, yes, we'll look into it. But these are the kinds of questions that I'm not knocking them. They're good questions, right? But it's just there's a lot more stuff involved. All right. Oh, tip. So I inherited some interesting data, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't think there was there was no will or plan or data state plan or whatever. It's just kind of like, here you go, enjoy it. But essentially, one tip I found is like to establish and use a numerical library code, because if you have libraries like us, since I've been there for 3 years, we've had 2 libraries change their name, like officially change their name. So, that's kind of a pain. I know in Koha that yeah, the code, like changing the code is a thing that can be a lot of work to clean up, especially if you have a lot of data that use the previous code. And that's just in Koha. So if you have multiple systems like Koha, we have our reservation stuff, we have our program stuff, we have other like just Excel sheets, all kinds of things, and everybody has a great way to refer to their library. It's good to standardize it. So numbers, it's hard to mess up numbers. I encourage establishing a numerical library code. And then finally, and this is maybe more for me or people who use tools like me, but I really would like encourage you to consider prepending like a year, month, day if it's a flat file that you pull down, because when you like link it all together, in your union and you pull it all together, you have this massive 16.5 million row data set. And then suddenly you find problems and you're like, where the heck did this come from? Well, if you have the file name in there and it has a year, month, day, it can help you investigate and kind of troubleshoot. So I found this has saved me so much time. Do I have time? Yes. All right. So other cool things, if time permits. All right. So, okay. Does it show up here? Yeah, kind of. Okay, I'll read it. So here we're just looking at staff and self-checkout transactions at these 3 libraries on a specific day. So one of the things is, we started, we opened up on Sundays, and we want to monitor and understand like, what's going on with Sundays. Are people coming to use a library on Sundays? Like intuitively, some people will be like, yeah, it's the weekend. People work during the week. Of course they're going to come. And then on the other hand, other people who work in the library, like, we don't see anybody come in on the weekends. So, it's just, here's where data can kind of help clarify some things. So this particular chart is looking at, the trends. So that the dotted line is the trend line. For each library, these 3 libraries on a Sunday since we started Sunday hours. So here it's saying for staff and self-checkouts that, the trend is it's increasing, maybe not at a super like exponential rate, but it is increasing. And it makes sense. Customers, they are using the library on Sundays. The actual, this is like an export, but the actual dashboard or project itself, you can filter by day of week, branch, interface. You can combine the day of the week. Like, let's say you wanted to compare weekends to weekdays, or if you had like, maybe you have weird hours on Monday, Wednesday, Friday across your system. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, you could compare hours that way. So these are things you can do. And I find them, or we find them, very useful. So maybe day of week is a little too, the bucket's too big, I guess. Maybe you care about transactions per hour open. So you could do this. The caveat here is that you need to have some way of knowing your hours open, right? For each branch, or if it's a system, maybe you could estimate if your system has the same hours. But we do track hours open. Like our managers will put in hours open, and this is useful because sometimes, you know, it snows where I'm from, so we close down, or it gets super hot and the air conditioner doesn't work, we close down. So we do that. Anyway, you can filter transactions by day of week, branch, or interface. And what's cool here is, you can see that here, staff transactions. So here's staff, they're actually checking stuff out on Saturdays. This is their busiest day, right? And then, you know, in the week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, maybe Friday, those are their other busy days. But you get a completely different story when you look at customers who just bypass staff and say, you know what, you know, I can use the self-checkout machine. In fact, I'm going to use it because I got a kid who's ready to go home and I'm stressed out. So here's a different picture. Does it show up? Yeah. So here you're seeing Saturday is still by far the most popular day across our system. But then Sundays clock in as number 2, followed by Friday. So you get a completely different perspective. So, you know, this might be important for staffing, things like that. Then you can combine them. Let me try to combine them. There we go. So you can combine them. So then you can see it in context. Again, Saturdays are rocking it, followed by Sundays and then Fridays. So this is useful. We can change the date range if we want to. You can look at a specific week or not. It's up to you. And you can look at your specific branches if you want to, or combinations of branches if you wanted to look at like regional areas. This is all useful stuff. And then finally, we have self-checkout percentage as a system. This is something we're trying to encourage self-checkout. And you can see kind of when we migrated to Koha that, you know, staff was a lot more involved. You know, it was all new to people, staff and customers. So there's a lot more staff interaction. But as people became more accustomed to it and staff became better at communicating about Koha, we see our self-checkout percentage rise. And this is useful for us, which is why it's on a branch dashboard. And just to go over my current toolbox. And again, this stuff should be everything I talked about is mostly tool set agnostic. Like, you can choose your tool. I know somebody had asked a question earlier in the week about Power BI. Like, you could probably do all this in Power BI if you want to pay for the licenses, things like that. So here's just the things that I'm using. You know, Tableau Prep, ArcGIS, Policy Map, courtesy of our state grant. Good old Excel to quickly view things. Google Sheets, obviously Koha reports, cron jobs. We use ESB for some things. We're in a unique position, our relationship with our IT department, but they do have an ESB we could use to link and connect data and pull it out and store it and drop it in interesting places. And then we use Microsoft Teams and SharePoint because our county is a Microsoft kind of county, for better or worse. And this is the slide that actually works. Okay, that is all, folks. All right, it looks like okay, I just want to say I definitely went under my time, like, which is good. So, okay. Oh, I see the chat. Well, I'll hold it.
All right, we're going to answer some questions here. I just have to Zoom. So if George, can you pull up or Jason, one of you pull up the YouTube and see if there are any questions on there? But let me get to the right place here. So someone was asking, where'd you go? Not easy to navigate with a mic in my hand. It's a little better. Someone was asking, can we integrate OneSearch with Koha and Google Voice Assistant to Koha OPAC?
I have no idea. I will pass that to somebody who's aware of that, maybe Bywater people. I don't know.
Can we integrate OneSearch with Koha and Google Voice Assistant to Koha OPAC? That's okay. Yeah, you might need to write us and clarify on that question. They also asked which is best open source web scale discovery that is suitable for Koha.
I'm gonna pass that.
Okay. Do you factor in the zip +4 or truncate it to only the zip?
No, well, we're just using 5 digits. Yeah, yeah, we like even in the past, we've pretty much lopped off anything past 5. So for our purposes, that works for zip code. If we needed, let's say, higher precision, we have other ways besides zip code to get that information.
And then there was a comment, this year, month, date is the best in that order. Lots of applauses. Someone said that was great, thank you. And more applauses and thanks, team. Any comments on YouTube or questions? Second.
There's a comment here from Dwight. So his first question is the digital card an app? It's just, you're just using it's just the borrower category in Koha that's used for the self-registration, right? Or probably. Yeah, it's just a type of library card they use at his library. And then the next question is the digital card just for e-Reeses or is it for everything? So if they have a digital library card, they can place items on request. And then when they come to the library, they need to change their card up from a digital resources card to a regular library card. And Dwight also says that the low income area map was very interesting. That was part of policy map, right? Yeah, here, hold on.
So that there may be a link I provided. I can get the link, but essentially what happened was as part of our county, we have like some planning people, and they went and grabbed a whole bunch of census and ACS stuff. They pulled all that stuff together, and then they kind of had their own sort of formula, I guess you could say, and they ranked certain elements, and then they said, okay, of all this, because they ranked all the census tracts, right? They said of those, the ones that scored within this range, we're considering these equity focus areas. So maybe policy map has something like that, which would have probably saved them a lot of time. But that's where I got the information from our county planning people.
The policy map was kind of a question for me, not from Dwight, because I use policy map for some of our libraries. And it does have similar data, but it sounds like what you guys are using is really kind of bespoke for your library, for your area. And then there's one other question here. SFPL, I don't know who that is, but they say if libraries do not currently do much with data visualization, where would you recommend that they start?
Maybe like many people in here, I'm a big fan of just picking a tool and experimenting just to go with it. But if we, so in Maryland, this all kind of started because we received a grant for Tableau, right? So we sort of had our tool set up, and we had a community of people who had been using Tableau for at least a couple years. So if you can find a community in your region, state, even county, that's where I would start, because especially for libraries, because libraries have very, kind of unique questions that maybe the private sector might not care about or have. I would start there. And then of course I would pick a tool that has a really good community and documentation, and start experimenting with some data sets. Like just go to town, right? Ask your leadership or whoever and say, what questions do we want to answer the most, and pick one or two, and then just see what you can do.
Over here.
With your recent addition of Sundays and your hourly chart you had there, where do you see the checkouts being most prevalent on Sundays? Is it the last hour? Is it the first hour? How do you see that mapping out for you?
I have done this, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. I will say that I feel like the lunchtime hours are like kind of where it dips. There's like a mad rush and then a spike before it closes. This is what I recall. I've done like hundreds of these things, and they all kind of blur together. But yeah, but that's a good idea for, we were looking daily, right? But it's totally maybe sensible also to do like sort of like an hourly type thing. The way we did with like phone calls, for example, or the programming, where, each hour, like you use a heat map, the redder it is, that's the more stuff that's happening. Totally possible to do with Circ, because basically the time date stamp, we could do that. So maybe I should. Thanks.
Quick question. So you had mentioned that there was programming data. Do you know how the individual libraries report that to you? Is it just like an Excel sheet that has that information, or do they like has it in Koha somewhere or something along those lines?
Good old programming. I feel like every library has this problem. So we use Communico. And before that, we used Evanced, right? But with Communico, here's what really happens. The libraries will create the program. We have certain requirements for audience tags, like primary audience tags, event type, all that kind of stuff, right? And then what's supposed to happen is immediately after the event, they drop in the attendance. And we document, we have documentation and saying, this is what you're supposed to do. And for the most part, that's what happens. But, with new people, sometimes we get bad data, and, we kind of have to remind people often. But they put this in, and then at the end of the month, this is where that refresh cycle comes into play. What happens is the managers or somebody, a supervisor, is supposed to verify that all the stuff's in there. And then after I get, green light, I say, okay, I'm going to pull the entire month's worth of stuff down. And I pull like literally everything down. Like, I think it's like the AA. So it goes through the alphabet once. It doesn't quite go through twice. So I think there may be like, in the 40s, some 40 some odd fields. So we pull all that down. And then from there, I clean up and do all kinds of magical stuff. And report back out. So that's kind of our process. I do know that other libraries use Google Sheets, and that's been successful, and maybe even easier, especially since you're using, I think, Metabase, right? So you might be able to connect to Sheets a lot easier. we may be able to, if you use Communico, I know people have used their API to drop that information into, say, Orange Boy or some other place. But for us, it's just a manual pool is kind of the easiest thing, especially considering the amount of questionable data that I keep seeing.
I wanted to ask about, you mentioned data literacy. What kinds of things do you teach your staff about, how to interpret the data and how to make sense of it? Because, one of the things that I've experienced a lot is like libraries. You mentioned being open on Sunday, and I've experienced libraries that have had a change in hours. And then like 3 weeks later, they look at the data and they say, well, nobody's coming on Sunday. We need to just, the hell with that. We need to close on Sunday again. And I always tell them, it's going to take at least 2 years before we have any good data. So I'm wondering how you address those kinds of issues with your data literacy training there.
Are you sure you don't work in Montgomery County Public Libraries? I've heard this question before. It's come up multiple times. We have like an AMA, ask me anything with leadership. And this exact question has come up multiple times since we opened on Sundays. So one thing two things. Data literacy, there's like the technical component, right? So do you know how to work whatever tool you're using? Like, that's just like, okay. But then there's the bigger picture of like, can you look at the data or look at the data in context of a question, right? So for the foot traffic question or the Sunday hours question, I give you an example. Some people would look at foot traffic and only foot traffic. So here we have to say, well, that tells you a story, but you should also maybe consider transactions, where they're programming, like the staffing on that particular day, right? It may feel like nobody's there, but you may have more people around or vice versa. So one step is just to like get people into really looking at the full picture and not just cherry picking the data that proves what they're looking at. Like ideally, the data is there for you to disprove the thing that you're trying to say. Like, it sounds weird, but really I want the data to disprove what my theory or my intuition about this. So I encourage people like use it to sort of not prove what you're saying, but to disprove, find ways to disprove what you're saying. So
I think I'll add to that is just when we changed ours, it's important to note whether or not, did you do a soft opening or did you get the word out or something like that? So
I was just mostly wondering about that part of about part of data literacy, about what to do with the data now that you've got it, rather than how do you address those issues, but how do you address training people on how to interpret the data? That was really more what I was going at. And the Sunday thing was just an example that I've experienced. I've experienced a lot.
One thing that we are getting ready to do and prioritize is like this concept of onboarding. Up until recently, most of this didn't exist in our library, and it might not exist in most libraries, but we're going to start working on building an onboarding process to work on that, like data literacy, and also like the technical side, like, here's the basics of what you need to do, sort of more formalize that and get it up in people's faces. Because really, I feel like staff are doing more with less time, kind of. So I don't want to overburden them, but definitely want to give them, a way to ramp up their understanding of data and use of it. So I don't know exactly what that onboarding process will look like, but if anybody has ideas, I'm more than happy to hear them.
Okay, one more question.
So mine is kind of similar to George's, but it's more, how do you use that data to kind of look at maybe those hours that are being, or end days that are being seen more, as well as like when people are coming to programming more, and help use that to decide when to maybe change hours or to decide, hey, maybe we should do programming on this day instead of this day? How do you kind of express that and find that out?
To start answering that question, the most important thing is to have buy-in with your leadership. Like if they're the ones that are going to make the decision, if you're going to make the decision, then it's good to have somebody express a need to use data to understand the problem and maybe like kind of explore it. So I didn't really talk about buy-in from leadership, but one reason we're increasingly successful here is because our leadership is like, yes, we can use data to do things, and it's showing us. And really, I'm not going to go there and show you the picture, but really, like, if you can get the data and visualize it in a way that's like digestible to people who are essentially, this is not their thing, if they can glance at it and kind of understand, you're going to be like light years ahead of just saying in a sentence or, you know, a table, like, look, here's our circ for 2022, and this is what it was last year. If you can show a baseline and then progress, then that's kind of where I would start. I didn't talk about baselines. I'm a big fan of baselines. Like, establish a baseline, make a change, and observe how that affected the baseline.
All right, Raymond, thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just interested if you ever thought about sharing that data like in an open data repository. Because what really strikes me by surprise since I come here is how you use your data really to make business decisions, and is completely unthinkable in Germany because of our GDPR and privacy laws and so on and so forth. And I would be really interested if we maybe in the community or koha-US could make a coordinated effort to bring this data to open data repositories, because I also see an opportunity for machine learning. And with the data sets that we have in Germany, for example, this is just impossible.
I like the machine learning idea. I want to do a lot of text analysis of stuff. But anyway, to answer your question, for our specific county, we do have, well, we have to submit certain data sets and document them into sort of like a county-wide repository, which they're open access. Anybody can get them. Do we include everything that you saw up there? No. Because we want to respect, you know, PII, things like that. But we can aggregate and then push it out. So almost everything you saw up there, this is dependent on like row level data, like many millions of rows of data, right? We're not going to give that to the county. Like, that is just probably too much. They don't need it. But for the wider thing, you know, we have like IMLS, PLS, like, they sort of do these, they collect nationally certain data elements, and that's also something I guess I got to do. Your mileage may vary because, again, everybody defines things differently. One of my beefs, like registered borrowers, what's that mean to you? It may mean something completely different to somebody else. But, you know, if you wanted some data to play with, like, check out the IMLS. I like pulled down all their data for the last, like, I don't know, 10 years, 8 years, and I dropped it in a dashboard, and then I like filtered out everybody else except our county so that we could have our own historical stuff. But then, you know, it's there to play with, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, if he gets to ask a question, I do. I live in Montgomery County, in Silver Spring. Before got married, and the house became too small, I actually lived in one of the equity focus zones in 20910. But first of all, you do a magnificent job in the the county, which makes the astonishingly high state and county income tax I pay worthwhile. Taxes pay for civilization. But I think it would be a good use of my and other tax dollars for the Montgomery County Public Library System to consider putting in a bid for next year's koha-US conference.
As a fellow Montgomery County resident, I agree.
Okay, I think that's the end of our questions here. And again, thank you, Raymond, for everything. Great presentation. Okay, before we jump into our special interest group that's coming up, we have our final drawing for a door prize, which happens to be our KohaCon22 banner up here. So who is the lucky one to get this? I'm going to have someone actually. I'm going to have you pull something out of the bowl for me. All right, let's see here. Is Jessica Berman here? Aha! Congratulations. Are you sticking around for the entire? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll grab it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Congratulations. All right. So up next, we are having our special interest group. It's a combined special interest group for sysadmin and for web dev. We're having our SIG discussion representing whatever. Jason has been jumping in to help with the sysadmin as we went through transition. So Jason Robb is here to represent that side of things, but also online, our new SIG leader for sysadmin is Andrew Firsty Henry, and he'll be joining us in Zoom. And web dev, unfortunately, our SIG leader Lucas from Bywater had to take off early, but he usually leads the web dev SIG. So I'm going to hand it over to Jason. And do I need to do anything on? Okay.
Hopefully, Andrew, you're out there. Feel free to pop in.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Pop up your camera.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Awesome. Let me get things situated here. Okay, Bob, can you add a spotlight to Andrew? Awesome, thank you. All right, so we got Andrew. Everybody knows Andrew. Yay! So, admittedly, I haven't prepared much for this, and I will say that that is historically accurate for web dev. We don't really run by an agenda. So I'm representing Lucas since Andrew's here. He can take the sysadmin stuff. So for web dev, typically we're talking about jQuery hacks, CSS, that sort of thing, things, usability, UX, all that sort of stuff, filing bugs for that sort of stuff, and then workarounds that we've done on those things. So if anybody has that sort of thing you want to talk about, we will be happy to entertain topics right now. We are running over on time. I think we're slotted until 11:45. So I will remind everybody that we have an hour block after lunch. So if there are things you want to discuss there as well, we can come back and reconvene after lunch. I see George is wandering up, so I'll let him
Well, I just wanted to say a good example of something that the web dev group has helped with. You know, a lot of times we'll get together and we'll say, well, we don't really have anything planned. And then over the last couple of months, Barbara has been to the meetings and she said, well, I'm working on this cover flow thing and I don't know, this isn't working right. And so really what it is it's a kind of been a working group where somebody will bring something they're working on doing and changing, and it'll be like 4 or 5 of us sitting around going, well, have you tried this, have you tried that? And then Barbara has, you know, been applying those changes to what she's been doing, and that kind of got worked out so well that she was able to do a presentation on it. Was that yesterday or 2 days ago? Sometime in the last week. But
And I'll just add that, like, Lucas is a wizard, you all know that, but this is an opportunity to sit in a Zoom room once a month with Lucas and have some of that rub off on you. So I encourage anybody that's interested in that to come to the web dev meetings and participate in those. And those are the 3rd Thursday of every month. So Andrew, I'll let you take it over for a little while.
Sure. So sysadmin and reports are similarly disorganized and broadly chartered. No particular agenda there. It is a show up and talk about things that you are doing, working on, excited about, challenged by, with regards to administration and reports. And, you know, if you've ever felt like Koha has a kind of rough idea of what belongs in the administration module, I think we've got kind of a rough idea of what belongs in an administration SIG. It can be kind of wide ranging. I was, you know, sitting over here waiting to start and thinking about Ray's presentation and how if we were going to have something run over and eat into this time, his was a great choice because it is absolutely on topic for what we want to talk about in the system admin and reports SIG. Are you doing something fun with your data? Do you want to show us your project? Do you have something that's not quite working and you're hoping we could help you with? I'm sure you've all figured out that there's always a lot to talk about with SQL reports. Somebody has some SQL that's not behaving itself, and we can all put eyes on it and try to poke it into behaving. Yeah, I've got 2 things on the agenda for today, which are just bugs that I'm personally annoyed about that I want to wave at the group and say, please get annoyed with me. That's always a part of these SIGs. It's a good thing to, you know, get everybody aware. But yeah, that's my admin spiel. I don't remember what day we meet. Tuesdays.
I think it's the 2nd Tuesday. Circulation's 1st Tuesday, sysadmin 2nd Tuesday. And Andrew, you can feel free to share your screen if you want. Do whatever you need.
Let me make my windows a little tidier first, sorry. So here's our go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick, we unchecked the little restriction on unmuting in the Zoom room. So you feel free to jump in if you're in the Zoom room, unmute, and you can participate as well.
So like I said, we're not highly agenda driven. Here's my agenda for today, which is full of blank space and 2 things. I'm going to go into bugs because that's where I've got stuff. And I'm going to tell you about the 2 bugs I'm excited about in sort of system admin-y things. And then open it to y'all to ask if there are things that you've been worried about or interested about. This one here first. I'm gonna put this up on the screen to suggest to the room that maybe somebody there would like to QA this fine bug. This to me makes a good example of the types of things we're talking about in the admin SIG, because this is a weird, it impacts circulation, but it's based on a system preference. It's a lot of like deep system behavior that's going to matter a lot to like 6 libraries in the world and not anybody else. This is all about what happens when an item gets checked in, whether it floats or returns home, and making Koha better able to enforce rules about how that works. There's nothing I like I personally need from the group on this. That's not why I'm bringing it here. I'm just sort of bringing it to say, hey, y'all, this exists. Maybe this hasn't been impacting you and you haven't even known it. Let's make a little stink on Bugzilla, get some attention of people and see if we can't get it moving forward. I'd be happy to go into like greater detail about exactly how this all works. But anyway, this is bug 25426. Allow return policy to be selected via syspref and not just home library. Oh, Zoom is hiding my chat from me. And I know, like, this is a bug I know from when I was still working at Bywater, and there's Rebecca Court in the chat saying this is on her wish list. Yeah, it's a bug that gets difficult for multi-branch systems that have a central processing branch that really wants to do different return behavior than anybody else. It's sort of, yeah, kind of deep, weird, interactive stuff. Like, a little hard to parse out, isn't going to impact everybody. The other thing I've got on my list here is this one, bug 28841. This is another one about returns and transfers. This is specifically about the holds awaiting pickup page. Let me grab my sandbox here. This page that has a handy button over here that offers to cancel your hold and send the item back to the home branch. This bug suggests that maybe we don't always want to send that item to the home branch. We have return policies that say when something should float and when it should go home or when it should go to its holding library, or whatever. So we shouldn't hard code this one button to always do something that isn't necessarily what we want. Again, I'm not looking for the group to do anything here. If any of y'all are really excited to go write this code, go for it. I ran into a thing that was making a bit of a headache in my system, and I wanted to share it with the group in case anybody else could benefit from it or had some great idea of how to work around it while we wait for a code update. In that spirit, does anybody else have system admin-y type bugs that they've been keeping an eye on or excited to see are finally moving forward, or just want to talk about generally? Or I should say bugs that y'all have been really wishing would be filed. We could file some things together.
We got somebody in the room.
We got somebody in the Zoom chat too.
So similar to the one you just talked about with the not sending it back to home library. I don't know if there'd be a way to do a bug to address. We've had several people who have placed holds on things, mostly our book club patrons, and somebody else gave them the book before it got here. So it's still in transit. And so they're like, oh, well, when it gets here, just send it back. Well, we don't really have a way to put it in there that I know of to be like, oh, when this gets here, just send it right back. Because it's, they wanted to cancel it, but if we just cancel it when it does it, when it gets here, it shows up as like a random thing. Or if it gets here, we just put it on the hold shelf because we don't know that she wants us to send it back. So I didn't know if there's something we could do about that. It happens quite often in our tiny little library.
Yeah, so you want to cancel the hold while the item is in transit, and for the item when it arrives at what was the pickup location to know that it really should go back home. That seems probably pretty doable, but not a question I've heard before. And this is where we hope that somebody else in the group says, yes, my library does basically that, and this is how we've made it work. Because ideally, we don't need to write a dev for anything ever. Koha just magically knows how to do everything. But I'm not seeing anybody leap up and run to the microphone to say they have solved your problem for you already.
Jessica is at one of my libraries, so I've asked her to send me a specific example because this is the first time I've heard about the problem from her. So
yeah, and that could be a thing that we stick on the agenda for next month and we come back to. Christopher in the Zoom chat said, I would love to see some sort of compilation of preferences that are global and not consortium friendly that devs could look at once in a while and make them more useful to consortiums. Now that my first thought on that is that koha-US does have also a consortial SIG, and I don't know that we need to get into like special interest group turf battles, but yeah, that'd be the sort of thing that we could work as a SIG to make a list, to establish that list of system preferences that need to get made more consortial, file an omnibus bug in Bugzilla, and kind of track that work. Those of you who are in the room with developers, tell me when they start to get really nervous looking, like we've overwhelmed them already.
I don't want to get yelled at by Liz again.
Yeah.
The earlier on in the chat, we did have one question. Is there an easy either via jQuery or system preference to add an alert or notice to the hold confirmation screen? So does anybody have that figured out already?
The hold confirmation screen, like when the pop-up that says there is a hold for this, do you want to capture the item?
That would be my assumption, yes. So I
It
mean, you
seems-
could probably piggyback off of that pop-up and add something else there with jQuery. You can add audio alerts because it's got a unique ID, so you could go in and do that.
Yeah, that should be totally doable.
Tam, if you have further, feel free to expand. Oh, there.
when the
No, when the
patron-
patron places the hold, and they need to click to confirm the hold.
Oh, on the OPAC. Well, ultimately the question there is, does that part of the OPAC have significantly specific jQuery selectors to be able to point at, which is probably a yes. I don't know, let's go look at
I
the
would
OPAC.
guess. So, yeah.
So this, and you want like additional text or some sort of explanation here? That sure should be doable.
Something that I've done in the staff client is like made the button glow, you know, because
Yeah.
I like flashy things. So if you could target the button and add some CSS to make it glow, that might be what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I think even like,
or someone mentioned confetti. I want that confetti code. I hear it's out there.
and yeah, I would say that both seems doable and is the sort of thing that is going to be hard to address in this specific SIG meeting, just kind of given the structure, but in a regular, smaller group, probably kick around a little bit more.
So I guess actually I was about to say, I'm wondering if what Tim is interested in is something that if they're having a problem where patrons are leaving that page without clicking confirm hold, if there could be like a warning, like you get sometimes where you say, oh, you're leaving this page before you're finishing the transaction, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But then Tam here says that we need to alert them when they place the hold that it might be 24 hours before the hold can be retrieved. So yeah, yeah, you would be able to append some text. That there would be a way of doing that for a specific library.
For sure.
For a specific page.
So again, yes, it's doable. Yes, we could probably workshop that in a regular meeting, but or maybe this afternoon, maybe someone wants to write that at jQuery and send it to Tam.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Wally in the Zoom chat.
Or as Liz said, to be sure to file a bug before you write jQuery for, yeah.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that recommendation from Liz. If I could like make it a rule that Koha doesn't accept any jQuery for a feature that isn't already filed as an enhancement? That'd be amazing.
Okay, Liz said yes, that she agrees. She's clapping at you. So good.
And not to be like a jerk about jQuery, that's just kind of figuring if you and your library have decided this would be cool and you're writing special jQuery to make it happen, somebody else somewhere else would probably think that was cool too. And they'll never know your jQuery.
All right, so I guess we can go back up. And were there other things in the chat, Andrew? I kind of took over. Sorry, go back.
No, take over all you want. The only other thing I see in chat is Dwight just asked a question. Will that enhancement be pushed up from library doing update? I'm not sure what he means. He said confirm before they move away from screen. So that was about the hold. And sorry, Dwight, I don't follow your question.
I'll just be quick. It's easy to talk. What happens is if that person created their own version in their library, you said you should share it up to the main Koha. So yeah, that's the story. Do you want to just keep it a local version or push it up to the main tree? You know what I mean? The main version. That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you make your own jQuery thing, getting that over into Bugzilla and then actually into Koha means that other people get it and it keeps updated. It continues to work as Koha gets updated. Nobody codes away from your jQuery without telling you. I see Liz standing with a microphone.
I do have a microphone. It's dangerous. So Rebecca's question about what's the best way to restart a bug that's stalled out in the community. And everybody's like, I don't understand that question, but I think what she's talking about is when it's gone into discussion or having some kind of a stalling problem. Like people are disagreeing. How do we convince people to agree? I don't actually have an answer for that question. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone was understanding what her question was.
Yeah.
Actually.
And then she gave an example of a stalled bug. Looks like this particular one. It's not in discussion. It just hasn't moved at all for nigh on a year. And yeah, that will happen. I guess part of my answer to you, Rebecca, would be do something like this. Get other people to know that your bug exists. Even though I filed this bug, I had forgotten about it. So hey, everybody, bug 25901, add option for claims return warning threshold to count only unresolved claims. If you're using claims returned and you like that little message that says this patron has too many claims, but you would like it to only count the ones that haven't been resolved, come over to Bugzilla, make a stink. To my knowledge, though, there is not some special mechanism of like a place to put a bug to say, really, really, please developers think about this one. Aside from, being noisy on Bugzilla, talking to any developers you might know.
Voting. Nick said
Voting.
use votes.
Yeah, here, I'll vote for this one. It's a good excuse to come here and look at what my votes are. See, like I can take my votes off that. That's done. Dwight says, so person who changed jQuery local would then post it to bug and get it into the main Koha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you've written your jQuery locally and then posted a bug in Bugzilla to get that into Koha proper, up until until your code pushes to master, yeah, it would need to get updated in Bugzilla. The moment your special jQuery goes into Koha, though, then it's sort of the community's responsibility to make sure they don't do anything that breaks your code, because your code is Koha code at that point. So it's not like if you wrote some special little jQuery and put it into Koha proper, it would be your responsibility to stay in the Koha community and maintain that jQuery forever. It would be everybody else's responsibility to do it together as a community.
His eyes are still blessed. I'm like, they're still pretty young. I can't control the fact that your mom
hypnotized.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, gang, we're going to have you for this last final performance. Come up front so that we're sitting all together rather than off in the vast universe over there. So feel free to fill up tables up front. Plus, I am also going to take a group picture of those of us that stuck it out to the very bitter end. The sweet end, okay. Yes. 4 minutes. Okay, I'll take the last 2 minutes just to clarify. Yes. So those of you here, those of you watching the video that abandoned us at the very last minute, the QR code at the very bottom of this the program is the survey. We do want to encourage everybody to take the survey. Let us know what a spectacular job that we did or how much we sucked. So please give us feedback. Let us know the things that we could improve, what things you wouldn't change, but we love to hear back from you on that. So yeah, we're approaching 1 minute till, and I'm going to go ahead and do the intro here. So I'll wait for Jason to kill the vibes. Okay. So our last official gathering, for those of you that stuck it out, is the Consortia SIG Special Interest Group for koha-US. And unfortunately, I have scrambled Bob's name so many times throughout the process of making the program, the imperfect program. At one point, he showed up as Ben Bonhoff. So, and I heard somebody refer to you as Bill at one point. Yes. So Bob Benhoff from Colorado Library Consortium is going to speak to us, or actually not speak to us, but lead our Consortia SIG discussion. Thank you, Bob.
All right, the room is jazzed. This is the coveted final spot of the conference after the 2-hour lunch, the spot everybody wants. But I'll just start by talking a little bit about the how we usually have our meetings, and then we can we usually keep the agenda pretty light, and as with the other SIGs, we can just kind of talk about particular issues that we're having, potentially bugs, and just some of the unique things that you face when you're a consortia. And I was talking to Brendan last night, and he was pointing out maybe it'd be helpful to define consortia. And in the case of Koha, it's really anything that's multi-branch. So if you have 2 branches, that kind of makes you a consortia in the eyes of Koha, because it complicates how you have to do things when you're not standalone. So we might be adding, or at least making this more of a, talking about this as not just consortia, but also multi-branch, so people understand that anytime you have more than one branch in Koha, you have kind of a unique set of circumstances from a standalone library. So typically we meet on Thursdays. I forget off the top of my head which particular one, the 4th Thursday. Yeah, that sounds right. And that is every other month. So it's not a monthly meeting. So this is actually right about normally when we would be doing it. So in a couple of months, we'll have another one. And so that's kind of the intro. I will open it up and walk to you with the mic. Does anybody have any consortial stuff that they wanted to discuss in the room? If there is not, then I can always talk about my ongoing holds project that that is the saga that everybody wants to hear the next chapter of the story. But here comes Christopher.
So I'll go ahead and bring up the topic that I brought up at the last not consortia, but the last SIG meeting that I was told, oh, we're not going to cross those lines. But it would be a fantastic thing if we could, I think, if not this group, but at least individuals contributing to some sort of list that we maintain for developers to kind of be on the radar about preferences or settings within Koha that are troublesome for consortia, particularly those that are just, all or nothing kind of settings. I know that it's, ever since we've been in Koha, there have been things that have been kind of roadblockers for consortia, and we've had to do trade-offs because, we can only turn it on or turn it off, or, it's very limited in its scope of what you can do. I know that, the more granular we are, the better we can configure Koha, but it also makes it more complex. But if we can put those things down and keep those on their radar, I think that would be a big help to them. I think if we can list what it is and why it's a roadblocker for consortia, I think that would be a good communication tool for them.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking of an example that I get asked about a lot. And right now you can set when your items go to long overdue lost, but that is one of those global settings, which means for our consortia, we have like 100 and over 100 branches set up. And that means everybody has to have the same one, when they might have a policy they want to be different than that. Ours is currently set at 45 days, I believe. So, or maybe it's 60, something like that. But that is true for everyone. So that's an example of something that would be, if there was some flexibility in that, then we could give the option for different libraries to do that. So I imagine that would just be different crons that would have to get set up versus just using the single one that's in the system preferences. But I know that's one that I think it's not like a deal breaker or anything, but it is annoying to libraries that they have to go along with whatever we've set. And I know our consortium doesn't really have a real good apparatus to say, we all want to change that. We're voting to make that different. We haven't really done that. So does anybody else have any examples of a system preference that's global? Jason does. I'll go to you.
You don't need to see me. The system preference that came up recently was check previous checkout. So that's like when you go to checkout, it'll look through the patron's circulation history and then notify you if they've had it before. Some libraries that want it, some libraries that don't. And we're worried that if we turn it on globally, some people won't realize they need to like click through a block before that thing actually gets checked out. Because that's the common problem. So that one's for me.
Does anybody else have a system setting like that you get asked about? I know if I went through them, I could easily identify a few more. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Yes.
Actually, it's more a question. How would you see it implemented? Would it be like on the branch page, it would say, follow the system preference, or this is the value? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about this, that I've actually, that I'm prepared to submit a spec, but yeah, something like that. Or, I mean, it'd be fine because there's a lot of stuff we do where we're just like, to our vendor, Bywater, can you set up a cron for this branch? I mean, that would be fine. It'd be nicer if it was actually something like on the on like a Circ rules or the library page itself, where you could configure that. But yeah, that would be ideal.
Kind of to address Carolyn's question, like one example I can think of is the max fine threshold. Like, what's the maximum fine a patron can have before they're blocked? That's a global system preference. And I have some libraries that want that to be $1. I have some libraries that want that to be $10, and some libraries that want that to be $50. But because it's a system preference that's global, but that would be a good one to have on the circulation rules page. So you could say, for this library, it's $1. That's how a lot of these relate to, or for circulation rules. Another example I can think of are borrower categories. Those you can create borrower categories and have a category. We tried to trim everything down to where we've got adult, child, and a few others. But some libraries want the adult category to renew at for a different time period. Some libraries want them to, there are just differences there. And the way to get around that is to create adult this branch, adult that branch, and then you end up with having to manage 5 bazillion different categories. And of course, for each category, then you have potentially different circulation rules at different libraries. And anything that adds to the number of potential circulation rules, I figure those are the kinds of things that, give me huge headaches, because if a circulation rule can be defined by library collection code and borrower, or library item type and borrower category, and I have 51 libraries and 40 item types and 43 borrower categories, if I add like 20 borrower categories to each library, then the potential for for crazy circulation rules goes through the roof. That's why whenever I see anything where somebody says, can we add collection code to the circulation rules matrix? It's like, God, no. So a lot of those things, especially if they deal with circulation rules, if they could be moved to the individual library circulation rules instead of being a global system preference, that's where I'd like them to be. So, and I'm sure that's where you want.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I also heartily agree that adding a collection code to make the circles exponentially more complex is not something I'm interested in. So I guess we would just always ignore that. But if that ever happened. So yeah, but yeah, I generally agree with Jordan. Yeah, I think most of ours are circ type rules. One of the things that, because we were on LibLime before coming over, and that had not developed. So there's already a lot more of those less global preferences in circ rules than we were used to when we migrated several years ago. So there's already a lot of that work being done, but I do think there are probably a few more areas where that could be improved upon. Were there any other particular system preferences anybody could think of? If not, we can move on to other topics. Christopher.
Now, I threw up another bug that's been in since 2020, I believe, which deals with the OPAC and multi-branches. That's one thing that I have felt like has been a little challenging. I was actually talking with Lucas about setting up multi-branches for our demo instance, and we were trying to figure out how we wanted to do that, and it's kind of crawled to a stop for some reason. But so I'm gonna have to pick that back up when I get back to work. But back then I was toying with the idea, and I think Owen had chimed in on this, and I need to look at the bug again because I had some other thoughts about it. But initially I was thinking, each library has a place to define an IP address, and it would be nice if at least if you put in an IP address that if the OPAC saw that IP address, it would do customizations based on that location. Another thought about customizing the OPAC for per branch was to throw the library code in the URL somewhere, so that you could define each branch that way. I would love, and this is totally separate, but I would love for that kind of functionality to either the IP address or the URL with the library code in it to work for self-check as well, because we know that not all items that are done through the self-check are through one location. So and we like to get statistics on the usage on those things. So but using the IP address or a URL inline code for the library would be a huge improvement for the OPAC, especially for customization between branches.
Thank you. Any other bugs that have come up recently? Okay, now you have to get story time about my hold saga, and so the issue we've had was we have because we really value customization, and Koha generally does a great job of that. Not everybody has the same borrowing rules, so that, and also not every library is the same type. So we've got kind of two issues there, because school libraries are not open year round. So they have to close and they can't be filling holds or anything like that. So what we had attempted to do was use branch transfer limits to prevent holds from going through. But what we've found is that you can still place a hold. You just have to set the pickup location for the wrong place. Now, the state of Colorado is pretty big, so you very well may be placing a hold on something that you're not supposed to receive to pick up in a completely different part of the state. So our first attempt to stop this was using a little jQuery to pop up a message and that would say like, you probably don't want to do this. Now we do have some districts within our consortium, in which case that actually might be legit. So we can't completely prevent that from happening. So we have that message that shows up. That apparently is not a deterrence because we still have to do that. There's still a lot of people that don't read the message and click through, which I kind of get. That makes sense. You know, you're just trying to place a hold for somebody and you're used to seeing things pop up. You kind of get used to just hitting submit and not reading the actual message. So, so what I've been doing now is kind of a painstaking process because we have so many item types. Because we have a lot of libraries, a lot of customizations. So I think what will work is if we create rules for each that are consistent for the most part, that say like, these are the item types that don't lend, and put that in every single branch. I think that will go a long way. We also, based on a suggestion Jason had, I haven't done this yet, but we will be creating like for the libraries that choose not to lend DVDs, switching them to an item type that is like a non-lending outside of the branch DVD item type. And so if those rules are all consistently placed, I think that, at least based on my initial testing, that will kind of supersede what we've been doing with the branch transfer limits. So then we just have to figure out what to do with the libraries that are closed for periods of a time. And I think we can just turn off them as a pickup location, and that should solve that piece. So I think those together are hopefully going to work for us. But it's one thing when we were at lunch, Nick and I were talking about this, and he's kind of like, yeah, maybe we're doing something not the best with holds because it's so complicated and hard to figure out how to do things. So I know some of the people in this room have had conversations with me about different approaches, and it's just hard with the different use cases. It's kind of hard to come to a consensus of how to make everything work. I think we all have some ideas on things that would work better for our libraries, but I don't think we've quite reached that unified, like, this is going to solve all of our problems. So fortunately, I think I've found a way to solve our problems. It's just painstaking to add like 35 holds rules to over 100 libraries. So, and because they're different, there's no easy way to programmatically just have that happen. So it's just taking some time to do that, but, or at least there's no easy way to programmatically do that. But so I don't know if anybody else is having holds challenges that they're hoping to have solved. Yes. Okay.
It's something that a couple of libraries have brought up in our consortium recently, was if there was a way to have holds go to the home library of the patron first before going elsewhere. And I understand why they're concerned about that, because sometimes a hold may go to a library that's halfway across the state or halfway, several counties away, whereas the item is actually in that patron's home library, but it just goes to a random library first. And but as far as I know, there's no good or easy way to, only branch transfer limits or something would be the best way, I think, but I don't think we want to get the local holds priority. Okay, and that's exactly what it does. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, so we're a consortium of 53 libraries, and we've got, the way we have holds set up right now is as soon as a patron places a hold, it goes on the hold queue to a random library, and it doesn't matter whether it's at that patron's home library or not. It just goes to a random library. And then we had a couple libraries asking about that because it seemed inefficient to them. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No. Yes. Do I want to do that? But local holds priority may be the answer.
So I can explain how local holds priority works for us is we have it turned on. And so we have 51 libraries. Like the library in Baser this was a long-standing complaint from the Baser library is they order things well in advance and the new books would arrive and they would catalog them and immediately they would be shipped out of the library to fill holds at other places. Even though there were patrons at Baser that had hold requests that had placed requests on these items. So what local holds priority does is that the first Baser copy goes to the patron from Baser that's the highest up in the holds list. So and it won't go anywhere else until all the Baser holds have been filled. And then once all the Baser holds have been filled, it'll go to other places. And that's what local holds priority does. And the transportation cost matrix, we haven't implemented that here in Northeast Kansas, but I have implemented that at other libraries. And what it does is you look at, it's a table. In your case, it would have 53 columns and 53 rows, and you assign a value so that from Baser to, for me, it would be like to send an item from Baser to Tonganoxie, you give it a value, and the greater the value, the harder it's going to be for that item to move between those branches. So if you've got 50 columns and they're all 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and then one of them is 20, it's going to assign to the 5s before it's going to assign to the 20. That is really complex to set up The reason I haven't set it up for where I am now is because it won't take into consideration days that libraries are closed. It might now, but there are a lot of things that it doesn't take into consideration. There's a lot of issues that we have with the courier, like some libraries get courier service 5 days a week, some get 3 days a week. It can't take those kinds of things into consideration, which is why we aren't using it now. So for us, the biggest reason we don't use it is because the libraries closest to Kansas City, where we have the greatest population, they would be the ones that would be hammered all the time because that's where the most activity is. And we'd rather include some of those smaller libraries that are further away, get them to share items, because because that's what we're all about, is sharing. So.
Yeah, just so people are aware that PTFS Europe has a really comprehensive instructions on how to implement the transport cost matrix, and I've used it when I've only done it once or twice, and it's been really helpful. So just if people are interested in looking at it further, it's on their site.
And I just want to add to the transport costs matrix as well, in that back at our koha-US conference in Erie, Pennsylvania, I did a presentation on that, and I implemented that this was before local holds priority. And I will say that our combination of local holds priority and the transport cost matrix have worked really well for our 28 libraries. The transport cost matrix, yes, there's a lot to do to set it up, but once you do it, I mean, even if you're adding a library once in a while, it's not horrible. It looks overwhelming, but really, the presentation that I did, I had put together some spreadsheets because, yes, the transport cost matrix just assigns a value and to each of the libraries going from one to another, and so it accounts for every single combination of, from this library to that library kind of thing. But the spreadsheets that I put together were designed in a way so that you could factor in, how often does a courier run between these particular libraries, and how many days a week are these libraries open? So it kind of tweaked the values accordingly, so that so it would say that this is it's potentially going to be longer at this one, not just because of distance, but because of how many couriers it goes through, how often the couriers run, and that kind of thing. So that's the way the spreadsheets were set up, and I think they're still out there. And if they're not, you can always ask me about it. But basically, you plug in this information, and I plugged this information in a long time ago, and I haven't had touched it much at all since then. So that worked well just before we had any local holds priority. I think it's important to still have that on top of local holds priority, especially now, because local holds priority used to be, it was just an all or nothing thing. And we actually funded an enhancement on that so that you could exclude certain things from that, because we did have items that were just constantly stuck at our library. We wanted to be able to share with the consortium. We had our hotspots that were highly popular, but they were only going out to our patrons. And our philosophy is, if it's in there, we want to share it. So we wanted to be able to exclude things like that. And so we added that feature. And so now we can exclude those, and so it can go out to everywhere. So, and that would be kind of wonky without the without the transport cost matrix in the mix.
I wanted to just mention, Michael, I have one that's like more Kansas specific, where it's like how many days they're open, how many days a week they get courier, and it factors in their courier routes, because we have different routes in our system. I don't know if you do. So I'm happy to share that with you and anybody who wants it.
And now that I'm thinking about it, I remember the reason we were a little bit hesitant about the local holds priority is because what I was thinking about was, if there's no holds on the item, it's going to do the one at their home library first. But this also affects if there's a stack of holds. And so it's always going to be their patrons first, correct? At that library, right? Okay. And so I think that was the thing that we were wanting to avoid. And part of that is there's talk in our board about changing our funding model to being partly tied to sharing, as how much library shares affects their funding. And so in that case, we would want it to be as equal and as random as possible. So there's kind of a lot of things playing into that, but thank you. That gives me a lot to think about.
Out of curiosity, I just did the math, and local holds, or the transportation cost matrix for you, would be 2,862 separate cells that need information in it in the table. But there, yeah. Well, and the other thing I can add is that I've written jQuery to auto-populate numbers and to make the transportation cost matrix easier to digest. It takes some setup on the jQuery end, but you can fill in a whole row with a click.
And Jason recommends filling out a spreadsheet and giving it to Bywater to populate.
On that note too, I did look, and there is, this goes back to the earlier discussion about the pain that circ rules can be. There is a bug, 31256, for circ rules batch modification. So if you could, that would be a good one to comment on. I know I've talked about this before. At the beginning of the pandemic, I went through and deleted, it was 600 and some redundant rules from our circulation rules that were not necessary, because they were duplicates of all rules, or one way or the other. But being able to do that, I mean, I was doing it one row at a time, because that's the only way to do it. But having a way to batch modify circ rules would be an incredible change for us. I want to see who suggested this modification. Oh, it's Christopher.
Yeah, I do see that there's one with a request for developers regarding public list. You can feel free to make that request in the chat or to unmute. Oh, here we go. OPAC user is not able to download public list into CSV or open document spreadsheet format. Well, if there's one thing I've taken away from this conference, if there's not a bug that exists, I would file that bug today. So that's going to be the best way for the developers to see that. And then you can use a forum like this to, if people agree with you, to get those comments on there so it gets even more present. So that would probably be my recommendation for that. We do have we are dwindling in our numbers here, so not as many developers as there were earlier, but that's going to be the best way to get that seen. So I would suggest filing a bug on that. Juliet says we also use the transport cost matrix to make the work a little bit better. And that's not something currently we're using. I'm not going to make George do the math on how many permutations there are when you have over 100 branches. But we similarly, we want to make things as even as possible, but we also want that flexibility or that efficiency, I should say, that the local holds priority provides. So, because I think the other thing that wasn't mentioned that works well for us is it will stick in that queue, so it won't hop around to other queues, which is so that gets filled at that home branch, which is nice when it's a general request. So Christopher is suggesting a modification where you would be able to upload a CSV to the transport cost matrix. Sounds like a great idea.
And I'm engaged in another conversation, but I think that there already is a bug for that to be able to modify the transportation cost matrix. With a CSV, I just can't find the bug right now. If I find it, I'll post it.
So I'm seeing another question. Speaking of public lists, is there a way to make public lists visible only to a particular branch library? That I do not know the answer. I wonder if there's a jQuery that could maybe be done to do that, possibly. But yeah, doesn't sound like that is currently an option.
The only way I can think of a way that you would be able to limit public lists based on a particular branch, in the OPAC at least, the borrower would have to be logged in, because otherwise there's no information about which branch you're at. So that would be the issue there, is you would have to know which branch you're at in order to do that kind of thing with a public list.
I think if you name the public list with your branch code, maybe you could be able to limit it on that.
One thing I've always thought is in the OPAC, it would be really nice if the public lists were a data table. And I think that there's a bug for that already in Koha. And again, if I can find it, I'll add it to the chat.
All right. Any other bugs, issues, things that people wanted to discuss? I think we just had a good example of kind of how this operates, where somebody brings an idea and we have a pretty robust discussion around different ways that we do things, different options to make things work.
This is more of a workflow question than anything else, but as a consortium manager, for the most part, when people email me with problems, I just keep the emails as kind of my way to track whether I'm working on something or not. And that works great when I don't have anything else going on. But I just had a migration this summer and I got so far behind on a lot of them that I ended up losing some of the projects I was working on. And I don't want to try and do any kind of a ticketing system, but I'm just wondering what people do to keep track of How do you keep track of issues that you're working on and prioritize them and all of that?
So we do use a ticketing system, and a lot of that is because when you have multiple people available to answering questions, sometimes they copy both people on that or multiple people. And then we were finding we were both writing similar answers and sending them about the same time. And like, that's just not super efficient. But I think once we did the ticketing system, that stuff much more rarely ended up lost in an email inbox. So that is something that's worked well for us. The other thing that we do in our group is we use Asana, which is there's a paid version, but there's a free version as well. And it's kind of a project management tool. And we kind of use that just to manage various projects. So like when we do a migration, we have a template set up with checklists already populated so that we kind of remember, oh yeah, you got to do all that stuff. We just move that template over and create that specific project and then enter any dates in. And that's quite helpful. But the other thing we do is we use that kind of as a living meeting agenda too. So one of the projects that we have open is actually just an open meeting agenda, and the staff that work with me are adding items, and we're discussing things and then maybe moving them to a different place or closing them out if it's resolved. And that's been really helpful for the workflow, because that was another thing I found myself spending quite a bit of time creating agendas and things like that. And a lot of it was copying and pasting. So that was another little efficiency, but I'd be curious to see how others do it.
We use Zendesk as a ticketing system at Northeast Kansas Library System. And Zendesk, there is a cost. There's a cost per month per user, but we broke it down to where we've got like a email address. Robin is the one that manages Zendesk. She's the better person to ask. But we have one email in our Google Suites email system that if our libraries send something to the Next Help email address, it goes to Zendesk, and then it gets copied to all of the people that are aliases for that email address. So instead of having a bunch of users, we've only got one user in Zendesk, which helps us keep the cost down. But there's ones for there's Next Help, and there's like tech and support and courier, right? Or office or something like that. I think we've got 4 of them because 4 of them is the point where if we had 5, the price would go up. Yeah, but then when somebody sends something to Next Help, it goes to like me and Robin. When somebody sends something to tech, it goes to both of you, right? And support, I think, goes to you and maybe Robin too, but it's broken down that way so that it goes, so that the biggest advantage of that for us is that if I am busy all week at a conference, it doesn't just go to me, it goes to everybody else that's here at the conference and isn't going to answer too. So that's what we use. And I don't know if there's anybody else that's got something different.
Hello.
Oh, Lizette can go first. I was just
yeah.
gonna say mine's terrible and I don't recommend it, but I'm kind of a one-person shop. I mean, stuff all just comes to me. I've been checking my email during the conference, which isn't good. But my process is just like to write everything down on little slips of paper, and then I move them around on my desk and prioritize things that way. Yeah, I don't recommend it though.
I was using Trello when it was just me, and you can forward. Each board has like an email, so you can just forward emails to it, which is really handy. So I had just set that up as like, I made it a contact in my book that was really easy to type in, like AAA or something. And so I could just forward anything that needed to go on there. And you can have like up to 5 boards or something, or 10 boards for free. There are some special things you don't get on the paid version. But especially for just like one person, it works pretty well. And the paid version, I don't think is that expensive. And then you can like assign specific like subtasks to different people and just have some more options there.
Yeah, and I want to mention, I did mention we use live agents, and that also, like, if I get emailed, I can forward it to the system and it creates that ticket. Somebody has to go in and change the originating person in there, but that's pretty easy to do. I think Pradeep has something to say. So yes, please unmute and go ahead, Pradeep.
Yes, sir. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I am experiencing that in India, in Maharashtra, we have multiple languages. We have library material in multiple languages. That means in Marathi, in Hindi, in Bengali, and I have converted Excel to Mark and uploaded it into Koha. But while downloading same data from Koha to Excel or any spreadsheet format, that Unicode is missing. Some symbols are downloaded by default. Only English text is visible, but Unicode text is not visible in reports. But it is visible in Koha. Even it is searchable in OPEC also.
Yeah, Owen's indicating to me the same advice I gave earlier. That's, filing a bug is going to be the easiest way to get that looked at for sure.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
So, you were talking about, Georgie, were you talking about you use Zendesk?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's more of a live chat kind of thing, right? Or is
No, Zendesk, people send an email to Next Help and it goes into a ticketing system and it will copy myself and Robin for Next Help. And we've got other email addresses that copy other people. But there are different versions of there are different like levels of, there are different types of products you can get with Zendesk. And that's the one we use, is entirely an email-based ticketing system.
So we use a ticketing system called OS Tickets, and that one is actually open source, and so we don't have to pay for licensing on that, which is really nice. And then, so we're using like a server host for our consortium website, and on there I was able to install OS Tickets. They had a setup, a script for setting that up easy enough. So I had to learn a few things about tying in email and how to get that to work. But we've had some bumps over the years just because of the complexities of the email. But once we got past that, it's worked pretty good, and we've really customized it to our needs. In fact, we used it even more now since COVID, because during COVID, we were directing people to fill out a ticket if they needed renewals or if they had questions. And so a lot of our online support goes through the tickets, and our staff support goes through those tickets. And so I have 3 people, myself included, that's monitoring those tickets and responding to those tickets as needed. We each respond in the areas that are our strongest areas. And so, yeah, we've been using that. That's worked really well. I would say too, we tried on a trial basis a ways back, live chat, and never got any use out of that. We might get use out of it more these days, but we were trying something like that, and it just kind of bombed, and we just ditched it because too many staff would have to install a client to monitor it, and or, you know, just the way they had to monitor it. But the ticketing system seems a whole lot easier and better for what we want to do. And I would say I can't tell you how many renewals we've done through the tickets. I haven't done any statistics on it, but I've got one of our support team. He's always jumping right on those before I can even get to them. But we're doing a lot of renewals through that these days, which is really nice. It would be nice if we had some way of tying in to Koha, but you know, I don't expect that to happen. But using that for renewals has been a really helpful tool, because we can set up the tickets to ask the specific questions, you know, like these are the things that we need to confirm. If any of them have changed, you know, give us that information. And then we also have our canned responses if they say they need to renew and they don't fill out any of that information, or they're just writing a general ticket and say they want to renew, we can come back with a canned thing. Sure, we can help you renew. This is the information that we need, kind of thing. And then they come back to that. And so we have a really quick turnaround with those responses. So that's been a really handy tool. And again, that's OS tickets. And in fact, there were some things that I was trying to tweak in the system last month, and that company that creates OS tickets, I sent a question to, and they responded right back. They're really good about getting back to you and answering questions about that product.
You know, if you did want to go the route of a ticketing system, which I know at the beginning you said you didn't want to do, OS Ticket is open source, and the product that Bywater uses for their client support ticketing system is Best Practical, and it's also open source. It's at bestpractical.com.
Yeah, I was just curious. I was curious, Michael, when you're done, if it was a cost thing that was the concern. Yeah, which makes sense. That often is a barrier. So we use that for other things other than just the consortium. Yeah. I'm seeing we've got Fresh Desks up there as well. That was one we looked at. And then George has put up the link for Best Practical. So, and OS Ticket. Okay, now it's. Okay, great. Any other issues people are facing? We're getting close to the end here, so we have time to maybe get into another topic or two, depending on that, or we could just call it a conference. I have an 8-hour drive. I do want to get going. Yeah, keep me here. Keep me away from my family. Yes, sir.
It's not really a question. It's rather some advice. If you submit a bug to Bugzilla and you include like test cases that this patch should validate, and it's much easier to actually create that patch, at least for me. I don't know if you already do this, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the more specificity on the problem that you can add, the easier it is going to be to interpret. So absolutely. So having a specific example of where it's not working. So would you recommend like a link or something like that, or screenshots?
Well, I was thinking about this branch situation, and I don't think that you can encompass that in one bug, right? But for smaller stuff, if you have like desired outcomes for certain things, right, and you formulate it in if this happens, this should work this way, or I don't really know how to explain it, but yeah, just formulate the desired outcome somehow, and then it's much easier to develop in that direction. I can't think of a good example right now, but
This is a comment I made a lot of times at conferences about asking for help and support tickets and sending emails to Bywater. And the emails I get is there is nothing worse than getting like a support request that says this doesn't work. Yeah, the holds are broken. What does that mean? So, and especially coming from librarians, most of us have some kind of training in reference services. And, you know, we're taught how to conduct a reference interview. And that's, I think, a lot of times what you have to think of when you're entering a support ticket is imagine that you're doing a reference interview and you're the person asking the reference question. What's that other person going to do? The first thing they're going to do is they're going to ask you, the first thing they should do is ask you clarifying questions. So when somebody comes in and say, I need a book about dogs, you don't go, well, go to 636. You know, you ask questions to clarify it. And I think a lot of times if we, you know, want better help, if we don't want to have that 50 emails to get a support ticket in and get something that everybody understands, we can't just say holds are broken. We have to say, you know, when I do, these are the steps that I took, and this is the result I expected, and this is the result that I got. And so that's, I think, something that librarians, even though we're librarians, I think a lot of times that gets forgotten.
Well, I do find myself, I often, and my first response to everything is like, can you provide an example of where this is happening? And then I find myself sometimes not doing that when I do a ticket to Bywater. And so like, I'm even guilty of that, but usually that's like when everything's not working and it's like you pick a patron, this thing's not working for any of them. But I still should provide an example patron every time, because that gives them something they can immediately go to and test. And I should know better that it's just going to delay because they're going to ask me to do that anyway. So there's no reason to not do that at all times. Always have that example handy, because then they can test that exact scenario.
The two most common questions that I ask back to people when they send me in a request for help is, could you send me a library card number, and could you send me a item barcode number? Those are the two most common questions I ask.
Well, two things. One, I get that response from him quite a bit. Give me an example. In my defense, I started right before Armageddon with no history or experience other than working the circ desk. So I still have a lot to learn. But I'm talking about the schools and trying to figure out how to do it. Is there a way to maybe put somehow in their library code that they're like, they hibernate for part of the year, or they're a temporary? I use hibernate because I'm thinking, you know, reverse of the bear, but like that there's somehow a temporary loan portal or something to where it's in their library code so that they wouldn't show up with that, since that seems to be, from what I'm hearing, because I don't know anything, that seems to be a very powerful little number.
So there is a bug, and I think maybe it was Christopher that filed it, that says there should be like a thing where you could just turn a library off, where you would just click a button. So that currently does not exist. What you do have is you have a lot of different ways to get to that effect. I think the hardest thing is, and this was a bug that I had filed, although I found this other workaround I addressed earlier that I think is going to work, where what I would like is, if in the circ rules, I would like to check both the patron's home library and the items library, check both circles, because right now you could pick one or the other. And that would simplify things as well, because if you wanted to close the library, you could just turn their holds off. Right now, if that's the only step I take, if it's set to looking at the circles of the home library, that turns off those students from being able, or the faculty from being able to request out, but then they still get requests in. So that's where you have a corresponding action, like maybe branch transfer limits or turning off the pickup location in the library settings. So you do have to take some other action, and it's a little bit more complicated, but there is a way to do it. There's just not that singular thing where you can just say this library is closed.
You know, speaking to what I've already forgotten your name, Paul said earlier about, tickets that are really big that encompass more than can be done in one development. I was thinking about this. I shared my screen, and this is just one example of a system preference marked. It's not really, doesn't really matter what the system preference is, but there's this select all, and then, there's a whole bunch of different options. So it's a drop down with a list of checkboxes. And I started thinking of, when we were talking about these library closure issues earlier, that what we really need to do is start with separate bugs for, each of the things that we need to have happen, and have it would be really nice to have a drop down on like the library's circulation and fine rules, or on the library page in the list of libraries that says, this library is currently closed to lending. This library is closed to pickups, and have each one of those as a separate box with a select all at the top, and then work through each one of those as a separate development until we get to the one where we can say click select all, and it knocks out all of them at once. And I think that's the kind of bug I might file next week, that to say make each of these different aspects a different bug.
Well, that sounds good, because it's a much more specific approach, which I think is helpful, because I know when I've given the big idea and talked to Bywater's developers, they just kind of like, well, we're going to think about that for a few years and then maybe get back to you on it. And yeah, it's so encompassing. So having more of a prescriptive approach we want this and this and this sounds like it would get things done a lot better. I'm getting a lot of nods from a developer, so I think we're on to something here. All right, well, I see Christopher looking at his watch, so we technically have a couple of minutes left, but I think we can just use this time to thank everybody for sticking around, in both virtually and in the room. And I know I was joking earlier about this being the last session, but we've had a really great, robust discussion. So I appreciate everybody contributing to that, and look to the listservs and the Koha-US calendar for a future consortia discussion in a couple of months. And hopefully we'll continue all these great exchanges of ideas.
Thank you very much, Bob. And yes, I just want to reiterate, thank you everyone for sticking it out. It's great to have you all here. I would like to make one request before we go. And I noticed that several of you came in after we had taken a group photo. So we're going to retake our group photo real quick. So I'd like you to come up front. And there was also a request for our online people. So if we can get rid of, is there any way we can get rid of this view and let anybody that's got their camera on? Okay. So yeah, let's get rid of the chat. And if you want to be in the picture, turn your camera on and we'll let you join in. Hi, Lisette, it's so nice to see you. So yeah, so everybody come on up front. I'm gonna try and take a selfie with everyone in it. Don't you want to be in it? You got to be in it. You got to be in it. It's so nice to see faces up there. Thank you for sticking it out with us too. Okay, so squeeze in around the screen as much as possible. See if I can get everybody in there. All right, I think we got it. Oh, Dunsey Doodle. All right, 1, 2, 3, and one more. All right. Thank you very much, guys. What's that? Yeah, I did. Yep, it's in there.
Okay.
All right, folks, thank you very much. Let me. So have safe trips and grab food and soda on your way out for the flights and the rides. And yeah, I know you've got pockets, so fill them up. Thank you, guys.